Can you guys see me? Can you guys see me? Wait. Let me see. I'm not sure if anybody can see me like this one. Yo. What's up, guys? See, guys, today, I don't even know what to do, but my Streamer University application. Oh, everybody is applying for Streamers University. Streamer University. Wow, that's cool. But that's for the US people. The people that are in the US. Or anybody. Have you? This boy is back again. Peruna. Okay. I don't have much to tell you this morning. Let me just go to my this thing. You have started this your mass again. Wait. Let me pull up my book, okay? Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, okay? So guys, today I'm going to be reading this book, Think and Grow Rich. I'll be reading all of them till it is finished. And wait, let me see how many pages the book have. I think the page, it's up to like 285 page or something, 200 and something page. Imagine being outside or eating. Oh, this boy. Still don't want to open up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Open, like just. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. All right. So wait, how many pages? 235 pages. Okay. So maybe we can read all of them before the day ends. I don't know. First of all, my screen is not bright. Let me brighten it up. Gitopo Molly. I should have kept this thing like this. Like it. I don't know what's wrong with it. Oh. Do you want to blind my eyes? Let me see if it's good. Nah. Nah. It's not working, okay? So just have to move it back. Let's keep it like this. So yeah. Wait, where's the book now? Kitopo Mali. Yeah. What? So wait. Let me see. If you are ready to put it to use, you will recognize this secret at least once in every chapter. I wish I might feel privileged to tell you how you will know if you are ready, but that would deprive you of much of the benefit you will receive then when you make the discovery in your own way. While this book was being written, my own son, who was then finishing the last year of his college work, picked up the manuscript of chapter 2, read it, and discovered the secret for what? Which one is your son picked up and book that you have not even finished and he discovered the secret? What do you mean by discovery secret? Which secret? There is no such thing as something for nothing. Oh, this book is already pissing me off at the beginning. What do you mean by your son picked up the manuscript? What is a manuscript? I don't know what a manuscript is. Let me search up what a manuscript is. Manuscript? What is a Manuscript. A manuscript is traditionally any document written by hand or typed in modern context. It generally refers to author's unpublished draft of a book, okay, article or something, or story submitted to a story submitted to a publisher or literal. Oh, so I cannot read. Oh my god. Yeah. It's not my fault. It's been like over 5 years now. I dropped out of school. Yeah, 5 years. I think 5 years since 2020. Already almost 6 years. 6 years. So no, like 5 years and something, 5 years and a half. Yeah. So you won't blame me. And since then, I've not read any book. I've not read any book. So don't blame me if I do any mistake or stutter while reading. So don't blame me. Don't blame. It's not my fault. To a publisher or literary agent. Okay. So you have not finished the book and your son took it and read and you discover the secret. Okay, so let me see if I'll discover any secret too. Well, I don't know. But let's go. Let's just go. Education has to do with it. Okay. Let's just move into chapter one, okay? Chapter one, because I don't have time to read all this introduction and Gitopo man. Gitopo. Where's chapter one now? 235 pages. Can we finish it before? Okay. So chapter one. Let's go. The man who thought his way into partnership with Thomas A. Edison. Truly, thoughts are things and powerful things at that. Oh God. Pardon me if I'm reading without meaning, because I might be reading off tone, or just reading a normal text without adding some emotion, like some emotions into it. I might be reading like an AI, so please pardon me. I don't like, this is my first time reading a book, because I have all the books. The powerful things are when they are mixed with definiteness. Oh, let me start from the beginning. Truly, thoughts are things and powerful things are that when they are mixed with definiteness of purpose, persistent things. You see, I'm not even looking at what I'm reading. But I say I'll just, it's something that comes from my head. A little more than 30 years ago, Edwin C. Burnett discovered how true it is that men really do not think and grow rich. His discovery did not come about one sitting. His discovery did not come about at one sitting. It came little by little, beginning with a burning desire to become a business associate of the great Edison. One of the chief characteristics of Barnes' desire was that it was definite. He wanted to work with Edison, not for him. Observe carefully the description of how he went about translating. Oh, what was all this? This is history. This is a history book. Think and grow rich. You should be telling me things that I should be thinking to grow rich, right? Not telling. Yeah, just this is bullshit. This is bullshit at its highest level. But anyways, let me just. Hey, God. One of the chief characters. No, I've read this place. He did not know Mr. Edison, and he didn't. Oh, and he did not know. He did not have enough money to pay his railroad fare to Orange, New Jersey. These difficulties were sufficient to have discouraged the majority of men making from attempt to carry out desire. But his was no. But his was no. But he was no ordinary. His was no ordinary desire. It doesn't have any meaning. But his was no ordinary desire. But he doesn't have an ordinary desire. That's how they're supposed to put this English. But what is? But his was no ordinary. Oh shit. But his was no ordinary desire. Am I correct? He was so determined to find a way to carry out his desire that he finally decided to travel by blind baggage rather than being rather than be rather than rather than be see you see even the people that wrote this thing, they don't have good English, so they are the same with me. They are what type of English is this? Rather than be defeated. Mm-mm. Wait, it seems like they have some meaning. So wait, let me read it again. But his was no ordinary desire. He was so determined to find a way to carry out his desire that he finally decided to travel by blind baggage rather than be rather than be rather than being defeated. But they wrote rather than be defeated. Does not have any meaning. To be uninitiated, this means that he went to East Orange on a freight train. Okay. Oh, he presented himself at Mr. Edison's laboratory and announced he had come to go into business with the inventor. In speaking of the first meeting between Barnes and Edison years later, Mr. Edison said he stood there before me looking at an ordinary tramp, but there was something in the expression of his face which conveyed the impression that he was determined to get what he had come after. I learned from years of experience with men that when a man really desires a thing so deeply, he is willing to stake his entire future on a single return of the will in order to get it. He is sure to win. Really? Okay. I gave him the. Oh, oh wait. Where was I? Where was I? Where am I? I think I'm lost. Oh my God. You see, this is the disadvantages of reading something on a screen. I don't have the physical book. That's why I'm reading on my laptop. See now, because I just scroll down, now I've lost my hey God. Wait, I have to. So I'm going to be stressing my eyes. I'm going to be stressing my eyes throughout today. I may even get blind before we finish reading this book. Determined to get what had come after. I learned I had the okay. Of the but there was something in the expression of his face which conveyed the impression that he was determined to get what he had come after. I had learned from years of experience with men that when a man really desires a thing, he goes so deeply desires a thing so deeply that he is willing to stake his entire future on a single turn of the wheel in order to get it. He's sure to win. I gave him the top opportunity he asked for, but I saw he had made up his mind to stand by until he succeeded. Some sequent events proved that that no mistake was made. Just what young Barnes, oh, just what young Barnes said to Mr. Edison. Hey, come down. See, I don't. Just what young Barnes said to Mr. Edison on that occasion was far less more important than which he thought. Edison himself said so. It could not have been the young man's appearance which got him his start in Edison's office. For that was definitely against him. It was the thought that he counted if the significance of his statement could be conveyed to every person who reads it. There would be no need for the remainder of the book. Barnes did not get his partnership with Edison on his first interview. He did not get a chance to work in the Edison's office at a very nominal wage doing the work that was unimportant to Edison, but most important to Barnes because it gave him an opportunity to display his merchandise, which were a fuck. It was thought that see, reading a book is not easy. How can somebody write this thing? How? feel like sleeping. I just want just oh come on, bro. Banners did not get his partnership. Oh shit. Top up man. Months went by. Apparently, nothing happened to bring the coveted goal, which Barnes has set up in his mind as his definite major purpose. But something important was happening in Barnes' mind. He was constantly intensifying his desire to become business associate of Edison. Okay, you are trying to put yourself on Edison. Business associate of Edison. Psychologists have correctly said that when one is truly ready for a thing, it puts it in its appearance. Barnes was ready for business associates. Barnes was ready for business associate with Edison. Moreover, he was determined to remain ready until he got that which he was seeking. He did not say to himself, well, what's the use? I guess I will change my mind and try for a salesman job. Yeah, that's what you do when when you're not when you are not yet ready for something. You just be like, wait, let me just try for this. I'm not yet ready for this. And yeah, that's what it is. I came here to he did not say to himself, well, okay, what's the use? I guess I'll change my mind and try for a salesman job. But he did say, I came here to go into the business with Edison and I'll accomplish this, and if it takes the remainder of my life. He definitely he meant it with a different story. Men would have to tell if only they would adopt a definite purpose and stand by the purpose until he had time to become all-consuming obsession. Maybe young Barnes did not know it at that time, but he was building determination. His persistence in standing back of the single desire was designed to mold down all opposition and bring him to the opportunity he was seeking. Oh, okay. Opportunity he was seeking. When the opportunity came, it appeared in a different form, and from a different form, direction with Barnes had expected. Wow, I'm getting good at it. I'm getting good at it. That's good. It appeared in a different form and in a different form direction that the Barnes has expected. And this is one of the tricks opportunity that slavery and habit of sleeping in a back door and often comes disguised in the form of misfortune or a temporary release. Perhaps in the why so many fail to recognize opportunity, Mr. Edison had just perfected in a new device office known at that time as Edison, the dictating machine, now the Ediphone. His salesman was not enthusiastic over the machine. They did not believe it could be sold without great effort. Barnes saw his opportunity. He had crawled in quietly, hidden in a queer, is it queer or care? Cure you oh shit. Queer. That's queer. Oh, I don't know. Looking machine, which interested no one but Barnes and the inventor. Okay. We are on the page 10. Okay, now page 11. Barnes knew he could sell the Edison detecting machine. He suggested this to Edison and promptly got his chance. He did sell the machine. In fact, he sold it so successfully that Edison gave him a contract to distribute and market it all over the nation. Out of the business association grew the slogan "Made by Edison" and installed by Barnes. Oh, okay. Made by Edison, installed by Barnes. Oh, that's cool. That's great. That's a very, very great mindset of business. The business alliance has been in operation for more than 30 years. Out of the Barnes has made himself rich in money. But he has done something infinitely greater. He has done something infinitely greater. He has proved that one really may think and grow rich. Oh, okay, so you can actually think and grow it. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. How much actual cash that original desire of Barnes has been worth to him? I have no way of thinking. Perhaps it brought him $2 or $3 million, but the amount, whatever it is, becomes insignificant when see some people are lying. You are reading books, you are sitting down reading. Just reading text word to word. You're reading it like you will sit down like this and read a book. are you lying to? Who are you lying to? Who are you trying to? Who are you trying? Like, who are you trying to convince that you are reading a book? Like, just reading this, even if the whole context of this book is rubbish, you are sitting down there reading that book. Who are you lying to? You guys are lying, or you guys will just go to AI and tell you, see this is the book. I want you to give me, like, just summarize this book and tell me something like this, like, just tell it what you want from the book and it will give you. Now you tell me that you read you guys are lying. You guys, because tell me, I'm reading this book, this thing has no point. It's pointless. You are telling me how you do business. Okay, what should I do with how you do business? You are not helping me. Okay. Now you are telling me you have $2 or $3 million, but that amount, whatever it is, becomes insignificant. Okay, you have $3 million and it's not insignificant for you when compared to the greatest asset he acquired in the form of definite knowledge, that an intangible impulse of thought can be transmitted into the physical counterpart by the application of known principle. Okay, Barnes literally bought himself into a partnership with the great Edison. He thought himself into a fortune. He thought himself into, so I can think myself into a fortune. Like, when I think greatness, I can think myself into greatness. Like, when I think, I'm going to get rich, I can think myself into getting rich. I can think myself into getting, like, if I think bad, I can think myself into getting bad. So what you think has, like, everything you think from your mind has a very, very big impact on your life. I'm wrong about this book. This book has a lot to teach you. So let's go. Whatever it is becomes. Barnes literally taught himself into partner. Barnes literally taught himself into a partnership with the great Edison. He taught himself into a fortune. He had nothing to start with except the capacity to know what he wanted and the determination to stand by that desire until he realized it. He had no money to begin with. He had but little education. He had no influence, but he did have initiative, faith, and will to win. With these intangible forces, he made himself number one man with the greatest inventor who ever lived. Okay, so made by Barnes, made by Edison, installed by Barnes. Oh, okay. Made by Edison, installed by Barnes. Oh, that's cool. Now let us look at different situation and study a man who had plenty of tangible evidence of riches but lost it because he stopped 3 feet short of the goal. He was seeking. Okay, 3 feet from gold. One of the most common case of failure is the habit of quitting when one is overtaken by temporary defeat. Oh shit. Yeah, you are right on this one. I will accept with you. Okay, one of the most common causes of failure is the habit of quitting when one is overtaken by temporary defeat. Every person is guilty of this mistake at one time or another. An uncle of R.U. Darby was caught by the rich gold forever in the gold rush days. Okay, and I'm sorry, my tongue. You see, something happened to me on my tongue. So when I'm talking, I'm not talking very well, and spit is trying to, like, come out from my mouth because my tongue is not holding everything well. Like, you see, I'm talking and I cannot close my mouth very well. You see, it's very, very painful. I don't know. Maybe it was when I was sleeping because I don't remember biting my tongue when I was eating or something. I don't know, but I think it was when I was sleeping. Maybe I mistakenly, bite or something. I don't know, or something came to bite me on my tongue. Or I don't know, but it's not a kiss, so nobody should think I kissed and they bite me on my tongue. One of the most important causes of was caught gold fever in the gold rush days and went west to dig and grow rich. Oh shit! Instead of think and grow rich, he went to dig and grow rich. How can you dig and grow rich if you do not think and grow rich? You have to think first of all, because your thought has a very, very big impact on your life. It can lead you to great and it can lead you to bad and it can lead you to failure. So you have to think and grow rich. Instead of digging, you want to dig. just want to stack up and dig and grow rich. No, you will never. It will never happen. It will never happen. He asked a claim. He asked, okay, dig and grow rich. He had never heard that more gold has been mined from the brains of men than has ever been taken from the earth. You see, even before I read more further into the book, I'm already having inspirations like that, things that are going to come from the book. You see, I'm thinking and I'm growing. Do you see? Like, let's go. So more gold has been mined from the brains of men, from the brains of people, more than the one that has been taken out from the soil, from earth. Okay, so he stopped a claim. He staked a claim and went to work with pick and shovel. The going was hard, but his lust for gold was definite. Okay, so someone can actually lust for gold. Oh, that's cool. After weeks of labor, so the lust for gold is not actually lust for gold, it's lust for wealth, when you love wealth too much. But after weeks of labor, he was rewarded by the discovery of shining ore. Oh, he needed machinery to bring the ore to the surface. Quietly, he covered up the mine. Oh shit. He covered up the mine. Okay. Retraced his footsteps to his home in Williamsburg, Maryland. Told his relative and a few neighbors of the strike. They got together money for the needed machinery. He had it shipped. The uncle and Darby went back to work the mine. His first car of ore was mined and shipped to a smelter. He returns provided by he returns. Okay, oh shit. The returns proved they had one of the richest mine in Colorado in US. Oh, Colorado. A few more cars of the ore would clear the debts. Then would come the big killings in profits. Down went the drills. Oh, down went the drills. Up went the hopes of Darby and Uncle. Oh, the drills went down. Your hope was like, hell nah, we gonna make some cool cash. We gotta make some money, bro. Like, damn, when we went when we stack up the gold, the ore, we fucking rich. We gonna be so dumb ass rich, bro. We gonna be so. Oh my god. Uncle, okay, have fun reading. Actually, now it's halfly. This boy. Imagine being outside of eating. They sold the machinery to oh shit. Then something happened. The vein of the gold's odd disappeared. Oh. Then something happened. The vein of the gold disappeared. So they did not see the gold again. They did not see the gold again. Oh, that's crazy. They drilled on desperately, trying to pick up the vein all. They drilled on desperately, trying to pick up the vein again, all to no avail. Okay, so they lost the vein of the gold. So like, okay, when you are looking for a gold, you can actually see some traces of the gold. So maybe like they lost the traces and they were not able to find it again. So finally they decided to quit. You see, they quit just because of a temporary defeat. You see, quitting, I know they must surely get it, but because they quit on time, they might have they will not get it. They will not get it. No, don't tell me. You cannot tell me anything. Finally, they decided to quit. They sold the machinery to a junk man for a few hundred. Fuck! You sold the machinery to a queue. They sold the machinery to a junk man for a few $100 and took the train back home. You guys are foolish. You are goats. You are goats. Well, well, you did not mention how much they bought it, but why are you telling me they sold it for hundreds of dollars? You don't want to tell us if they make a profit from the drilling machine or they lost. I don't know. He called in a mining engineer to look at the mine and do a little calculating. The engineer advised that the project had failed because the owner were not familiar with the fault lines. Oh, his calculation showed that the vein would be found just 3 feet from where the Derby had stopped drilling. You see? You see? That's exactly where it was found. Where it was found. You see, just because they quit on time, they quit early, just because of a temporary defeat. The junk man took millions of dollars in all from the mine, because he knew enough to seek expert counsel before giving up. Most of the money which went into the machinery was poured through the effort of R.U. Darby, who was who was then a very young man. The money came from his relative and neighbor because of their faith in him. He paid back every dollar of it, although he was years in doing it. Oh, so maybe he bought it for thousands of dollars. But no, I don't really understand. But no, that's not the point. Long afterwards, Mr. Darby recouped his loss many times over when he made the discovery that desire can be transmitted into gold. Discovery came after he went into the business of selling life insurance. Okay, remembering that he lost a huge fortune because he stopped 3 feet from the goal. Darby profited by experience in his choosing work. Okay, by the simple method of saying to himself, I stopped 3 feet from the goal, but I will never stop because men say no when I ask them to buy insurance. Darby is one of a small group of business one of a small group Darby is one of a small group of fewer than 50 men who sell more than $1 million in life insurance annually. He owes his stickability to the lesson he learns from his quitability. Stickability to quitability. Okay, in the gold mining business, you are a gold digger. Before success comes in any man's life, he is sure to meet with much temporary defeat and perhaps some failure. Yeah, that's one thing everybody must face. Like, before you win, you must fail temporarily, fail woefully before you fail. And you succeeding is just, let's say, you do not give up and you keep on going. And you kept on going. So that's it. Before success comes into any man's life, he's sure to meet with temporary defeat and perhaps some failure. When defeat overtakes a man, the easiest and most logical thing to do is quit. Yeah, that is exactly what the majority of men do. More than 500 of most successful men in this country has ever known. So the author their greatest success come just one step beyond the point at which defeat has overtaken them. Failure is a trickster. See, I cannot call it very well because my tongue is paining me. I cannot push it through my teeth. Failure is a trickster with a keen sense of irony and cunning. Oh, it takes a great delight in tripping one when success is almost within reach. A 50-cent lesson in persistence. Okay, this is another section. Shortly after Mr. Darby received his degree from University of Hard Knocks, and he had decided to profit by his experience in the gold mining business. He had the good fortune to be present on an occasion that proved to him that no does not necessarily means no. One afternoon, he was helping his uncle grind wheat in an old-fashioned mill. Then he operated a large farm on which a number of colored sharecrop farmers lived. Quietly, the door was opened, and a small colored child, daughter of a tenant, walked in. What do you mean by colored? Are you trying to be a racist? A colored, maybe let's say black, colored. You want to call black. Walked in and took her place near the door. The uncle looked up, saw the child, and barked at her roughly. What do you want? Meekly, the child replied. My mommy sent her 50 cents. Oh, I will not do that, the uncle retorted. Now you run home. Yes, sir, the child replied, but she did not move. The uncle went ahead with his work, so busily engaged that he did not pay enough attention to the child to observe that she did not leave. When he looked up and saw her still standing there, he yelled at her, I told you to go home. Now go, or I'll take a switch to you. The little girl said, yes, sir. But she did not budge an inch. She did not leave. Oh, the uncle dropped a sack of grain he was about to pour into the meal hopper, picked up a barrel staff, and started toward the child with an impression on his face that indicated trouble. Okay, you want to go and beat the child because they said the child to leave and the child did not want to leave. Now you want to go and beat the child. You are a very wicked man. Darby held his breath. He was certain he was about to witness a murder. He knew his uncle had a fierce temper. He knew that colored children were not supposed to defy white people in the part of the. You see, I said it. The child was black. You see, now why are you guys always racist? Why are you guys always racist? Why racist all the time? Even in a book of how to think, and why are you guys racist? It's bad. It's very, very bad. Though it's not going to change anything, but it's very, very bad. Why are you guys being racist? Is it because we are better than you guys? We are better. We are far better. I know that's the reason. Because tell me why you just hate for no reason. Why will you just hate us for our color? Because we are black. That means we have something you guys don't have. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Darby held his breath. He was certain he was about to witness a murder. He knew his uncle had a fierce temper. That colored children were not supposed to defy white people in that part of the country. Okay, that was Maryland or I don't know, or Colorado. Okay, when the uncle reached the spot where the child was standing, she quickly stepped forward one step, looked up into his eyes. Wow. He screamed at the top of her shrill voice, my mama's gonna have the 50 cents. The child wants a 50 cent. Give him a 50 cents. Oh, 50 cents. I'm sorry. The uncle stopped, looked at her for a minute, then slowly laid the barrel staff on the floor, put his hand in his pocket, and out $50, gave it to her. Then the child took the money and slowly back toward the door, never taking her eyes off the man who she had just conquered. Wow. Okay, so you were like this. After she had gone, the uncle sat down on a box sat down on a box and looked out the window into space for more than 10 minutes. He was pondering with awe over the whipping he had just taken. Mr. Darby too was doing some thinking, and at first, that was the first time in all his experience that he had seen a colored child deliberately master an adult white. How did she do it? What happened to his uncle that caused him to lose his fairness and become as docile as a lamb? Docile. What strange power did that child use that made her master over her superior? That made her master over her superior. These and other similar questions flashed into Darby's mind, but he did not find the answer until years later when he told me the story. Strangely, the story of this unusual experience was told to the author in the old mill on the very spot where the uncle took his whipping. Strangely too, I had devoted nearly a quarter of century to study of the power which enabled an ignorant, illiterate colored child to conquer an intelligent man. As we stood there in the mystery of Old Mill, Mr. Darby repeated the story of the unusual conquest and finished by asking, "What can you make of it? What strange power did that child choose and so completely whipped my uncle?" The answer to his question will be found in the principle described in this book. The answer is full and complete. It contains details and instructions sufficient to enable anyone to understand and apply the same force which the little child accidentally stumbled upon. Keep your mind alert and you will observe exactly what strange power came to this rescue of the child. You will catch a glimpse of this power in the next chapter. Somewhere in the book, you will find an idea that will make quicken your receptive power and place at your command for your own benefit this same irresistible power. The awareness of this power may come to you in the first chapter, or it may. Hey, what are you telling me? In the first chapter, second chapter, I may find it in the middle of the chapter in the first or second chapter. I can see it in the middle of the chapter, but maybe throughout the chapter. What's that one? Are you trying to confuse my brain? Uh-uh. First of all, you said you will catch a glimpse of this power in the next chapter. Somewhere in the book, you will find an idea that will quicken your perspective. Somewhere in the book. Somewhere in which book? The awareness of this power may come to you in the first chapter that I first read. Okay, I was reading chapter 1. I did not see any power of awareness. Now, okay, you want to, or it may flash into your mind in some subsequent chapter. It may come in the form of a single idea, or it may come in the nature of a plan or purpose. Again, it may cause you to go back into your past experiences of failure or defeat and bring to cause you back into your past experiences of course of defeat and bring to the surface some lessons by which you can regain all that you lost through defeat. After I had described to Mr. Darby the power unwittingly used by the little colored child, he quickly retraced his 30 years of he quickly retraced He quickly retraced his 30 years of experience as a life insurance salesman and frankly acknowledged that his success in that field was due in no small degree to the lesson he had learned from the child. Mr. Darby pointed out, every time a prospect tried to bow me out without buying, I saw that child standing there in the old mill. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mr. Oh, oh. Standing in the old mill, her big eyes glaring in defiance, and I said to myself, I've got to make this sale. The better portion of all sales I have made, we were made after all people said, after we were made after people had said no. Okay. Oh, so you need to learn how to say no. Okay. He recalled too his mistake in having stopped only 3 feet from gold, but he said, what experience was a blessing in disguise. It taught me to keep on keeping on no matter how. Okay. Wait. It taught me to keep on keeping on. Wow. It taught me to keep on keeping. It taught me to keep on keeping on. Whoa, that is a very expensive pickup line. I needed to learn before I could succeed in anything. The story of Mr. Darby and his uncle Color the Child and the Gold Mine. Doubtless will be read hundreds by hundreds of men who make their living by selling life insurance. And to all those experiences, the author wishes to offer suggestions that Darby owes to the experiences his ability to sell more than $1 million of life insurance every year. I can sell over $3 million life insurance every year. What do you mean by 1 million? What's my $1 million every year? A year, 365 days, 300. Bro, see, there's nothing in a year. There's nothing in a year. There's nothing in a year. See, there's no time. Like 300, like just 100, 200, 365 days in a year. See, there's nothing in a year. God, there's nothing in a year. There's nothing in a year. Oh my God. There's no time. See, if you want to do anything, do it. There's no time. Oh my God. Wait, I've been hearing 365, bro. I see it as a big something, but reading this book, there's nothing in a year. There's nothing in a year. In a year, just 300, 100, 200, like 300. I can just count 100 and see. There's nothing in a year. A lot can happen in a year. You can still waste your life in a year because there's nothing in a year. God. Forget about 1 month, 2 months. 1 month is just how many days? 30 days, just 30, 4 weeks, 30. There's nothing in a year, bro. Life is strange and often imponderable. Both the success and the failures have their roots in simple experiences. Oh, that's cool. Mr. Darby's experiences were commonplace and simple enough, yet they held answer to his destiny in life. Therefore, they were as important to him as life itself. He profited by these two dramatic experiences because he analyzed them and found the lesson they taught. But what of the man who has neither the time nor the inclination of study failure? It looks like I'm closing my eyes while I read it. I'm not my eyes are not closed. It's just how I'm trying to dim my eyes, okay? Because there's too much light. So he profited by these two dramatic experiences because he analyzed them. He found the lesson they taught. But what of the man who has neither the time nor the inclination to study failure in search of knowledge and that knowledge that may lead to success? Where and how is he where and how is he to learn the art of converting defeat into stepping stones to opportunity? In the answers to this question, this book was written. The answer called for a description of 13 principle. He remembered as you read an answer you may be seeking to the question which have caused you to ponder over the strangeness of life may be found in your own mind through some idea, plan, or purpose which may spring into your mind as you read. Okay, as you read, one sound idea is all that needs to achieve success. One sound idea is that all needs to achieve success. The principle described in this book contains the best and most practical of all that is known concerning ways and means of creating useful ideas. Before we go any further in approach, are the principles we believe you two are entitled to receive these most important suggestions when riches. That's how the UK people read. They'll be like, when riches begin to come, they come so quickly in such a great abundance that one wonders where they have been hiding during all these lean years. Ha! This is an outstanding statement that all the more so. Outstanding statement. Outstanding statement. And the top of money. This is an outstanding statement, and all the more so. Okay, when we take into consideration the popular belief that riches come only to those who work hard and long, when you begin to think and grow rich, you will observe that riches begin with a state of mind, with definiteness of purpose, with little or no hard work. Wow. So first of all, you need to understand money with a state of mind, like understand it not as a, like, I don't know if you understand, like as a tool, as a tool, as a tool, as a tool. With little or no hard work, you can make money. With little or no hard work, you can make money and you can be rich. You and every other person ought to be interested in knowing how to acquire the state of mind which will attract riches. I spent 25 years in research analyzing more than 25,000 because I wanted to, and how wealthy men become that way. Without that research, this book could not have been written. Oh, here, take notice of a significant truth, viz. The business depression started in 1929 and continued on to all-time destruction until something until sometime after President Roosevelt entered office. Then the depression began to fade into nothingness, just as an electrician in a theater raises the light so gradually that darkness is transmitted into light before you realize it. So the dispel of fear in minds of the people gradually fade away and become faith. The Observe very closely. As soon as you master the principle of this philosophy and begin to follow the instructions for applying principles, your financial status will begin to improve and everything you touch will begin to transmute itself into an asset for your benefit. Impossible? Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. One of the main weakness of mankind in the man's familiarity with the word impossible. He knows all the rules which will not work. He knows all the things which cannot be done. This book was written for those who seek the rules which have made others successful. I think I'm starting to find more sense in the book, and the more you go deeper, the more you know, the more you learn, the more you know your brain start to adapt, because this our brain. Once you start reading a book, you say, hey, see, what are you are writing, you are reading something that someone wrote. See, you are just reading a bunch of black ink written text on your screen and you think you are reading something. Our brain is very, very funny sometimes and very, very tricky. Only if you know how to work with it and how to not let it overshadow you. That's when you know that you are in charge of your brain. Let's go further. Let's go further because we need to go further. We need to go deeper, further, deeper. Keep pushing the mile, keep pushing, keep drilling it, keep drilling that shit, like keep drilling the holes, and keep drilling and you bust the hole. Observe very closely as soon. Okay. One of the main weaknesses of mankind is the average man's familiarity with the word impossible. He knows all the rules which will not work. He knows all the things which cannot be done. This book was written for those who seek the rules which have made others successful and willing to take everything. I'm willing to take everything on the rules. A great many years ago, I have purchased a fine dictionary. The first thing I did was with it to turn the word impossible and neatly clip out of the book. That would not be an unwise thing for you to do. Success comes to those who become successful. You have to become successful. You have to become successful. You have to become success conscious. Like, I don't know. I don't know the deep meaning of this success conscious, but I know it has a very, very deep meaning and a very, very deep, like, you have to. I'm starting to find peace reading this book. Yeah, I'm starting to find peace reading this book because I never thought of something like things that I'm starting to unlearn things that I knew about success right now. I'm starting to unlearn and starting to learn. I don't know if sometimes before you learn, you have to unlearn. You have to unlearn those ones you learned before to learn. Okay, so you have to be success. You have to be hey God. You have to be successfully conscious. Okay. Failure comes to those who indifferently allows themselves to become failure conscious. The object of this book is to help all who seek it to learn the art of changing their minds from failure consciousness to success. Failure consciousness to success consciousness. Another weakness found in Algotha. Okay. Another weakness found in altogether too many people is the habit of measuring everything and everyone by their own impressions and belief. Some who will read this will believe that no one can think and grow rich. I gotta let the fact out, bro. Some of who will read this will believe that no one can think and grow rich. They cannot think in terms of riches because their thought habits have stepped in poverty, want, misery, failure, and defeat. These unfortunate people remind me of a prominent Chinese who came to America to be educated in American ways. Wow. He attended the University of Chicago. One day, President Harper met his young Oriental on the campus, stopped to chat with him for a few minutes, and asked what had impressed him as being the most noticeable characteristic of the American people. Why? The Chinaman exclaimed, the queer slant of your eyes. Your eyes are off slant. What do we say about the Chinese? We refuse to believe that, which we do not understand. We foolishly believe that our own limitations are the proper measure of limitations. Wow. Our limitations are the proper measures of limitation. Our limitations are the proper measure of. So what we think of a limitation of our own self is how we get limited. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, sure. Other fellow eyes off slant because they are not the same as our own. Millions of people look at the achievements of Henry Ford after he has arrived and envy him because of his good fortune or luck or genius or whatever it is that they credited for Ford's fortune. Perhaps one person in every 100,000 knows the secret of Ford's success, and those who do not are too modest or too reluctant to speak of it because it is simplicity. A single transaction will illustrate the secret perfectly. A few years back, Ford decided to produce his now famous V8 motor. He chose to build an engine with the entire 8-cylinder cast in one block. He instructed his engineers to produce a design for the engine. The design was placed on a paper, but the engineers agreed to demand that simply impossible to cast an 8-cylinder gas engine block in one piece. Oh, so you guys are not discouraging him. Ford said, produce it anyway, produce it, do it anyway. This shit can never happen. You can never be successful. Do it anyway. Oh, I may feel like, damn, oh my God, what the fuck? Do it anyway. Oh my God, this girl might be like, you are not my type. Ask her out anyway. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. But they replied, it's impossible. And Ford said, go ahead. Go ahead, Ford commanded, and stay on the job until you succeed, no matter how much time is required. This is deep. Take that shit to heart. Take it to your heart. Take it to your heart. The engineers went ahead. There was nothing else for them to do. For sure. What are you gonna do? You're getting paid, and you gotta do what you have to do. I don't know what you understand. Like, I don't know if you understand me. Like, you gotta do it, bro. Like, even if you don't want to do it. If they were to remain on the Ford staff, 6 months went by, nothing happened. Another 6 months passed, and still nothing happened. The engineers tried every conceivable plan to carry out the orders, but the thing seemed out of question. Impossible. You see, that's it. At the end of the year, Ford checked with his engineers again, and they informed him that they had found no way to carry out Jesus. So it took 1 year. At the end of the year, you guys are not coming to tell him that, I love, if it is me, I love. After 1 year, you are coming to tell me that you don't find ways. Say, somebody say, what a waste of time. Ford checked with his engineers and again they informed him that okay, they had found no way to carry out his order. Go right ahead, said Ford. I want it and I will have it. They went ahead and then as if by a stroke of magic, the secret was discovered. You see, they failed. They come back. They said, we did not find it. We did not find it. They were motivated. They told them to go back. They go back and they actually find it. You see, they took step. Now all these books are trying, like I'm starting to connect the dots from the beginning. So they were almost reaching to the goal, but they had to move. They took some step back from the goal to go and seek for profession. This book is so accurate. Oh my God, this book is so accurate. So yeah. So now Ford now told them to go back. Now they went back and the secret was discovered. Ford determination had won once more. Okay, this story may not be described with minute accuracy, but the sum and the substance of it is correct. Deduce from it, you who wish to think and grow rich, the secret of the Ford millions, if you can. You will not have to look very far. Henry Ford is a success because he understands and applies the principle of success. One of these is desire. Knowing what one wants. Remember this Ford story as you read and pick up the lines in which the secret of his stupendous achievements have been described. If you can do this, if you can lay your finger on a particular group of principles which made Henry Ford rich, you can equal his achievement in almost anything, in almost any calling of which you are suited. Okay. Now another subsequent chapter here. You are the master of your fate, the captain of your soul, because This is another subsequent chapter or something. When Henley wrote, when Henley wrote the prophetic line, I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul, he should have informed us that we are the masters of our fate and the captains of our soul, because we have the power to control our thoughts. Yeah, for sure. You can control your thoughts. You are the one that is controlling, not that you are the one that is controlling it. You are the one that think, you are the one that thought, you are the one that thought it. Okay, so everything is you are controlling everything. All right. It should have told us that either in which this little earth floats, in which we move and have our being, is a form of energy moving at an inconceivable high rate of vibration, and that the ether is filled with a form of universal power which adapts itself to the nature of thoughts we hold in our mind, and influences us in natural way to transmit our thoughts into physical equivalent, into their influences us in natural ways to transmit our thoughts into their physical equivalent. Okay. If the poet had told us of this great truth, we would know why it is that we are the masters of our fate, the captains of our soul. He should have told us with great emphasis that this power makes no attempt to discriminate between destructive thoughts and constructive thought. You see, you can think yourself into greatness, think yourself into failure. You see, that between structure thoughts, constructive thought and destructive thought. Okay, that it will urge us to translate into physical reality thoughts of poverty just as quickly as it will influence us to act upon thoughts of riches. He should have told us too that our brains become magnetized with the dominating thoughts which we hold in our minds by means with which no man is familiar. These magnets attract to us the forces, the people, the circumstances of life which harmonize with the nature of our dominating thoughts. He should have told us that he should have told us that before we can accumulate riches in great abundance, we must magnetize our mind with intense desire for riches. That we must become money conscious until the desire for money drives us to create definite plans for acquiring it. But being a poet and not a philosopher, Henley contented himself by stating a great truth in the poetic form, leaving those who followed him to interpret the philosophical meaning of his line. Little by little, the truth has unfolded itself until now appears certain that the principle described in the book hold the secret of mastery over our economic fate. Okay, that's cool. We are now ready to examine the first of this principle: maintain a spirit of open-mindedness. Open-mindedness. How does that sound? I scored 6.5 goals in backyard work. Hey, bro, stop trolling me, okay? Stop all this. I'm reading. Stop all this. Don't distract me, please. I don't want any distraction. Stop reading and eat. Mindedness. And remember, as you read, there are the conventions. There are the convention of no one man. Okay, they are the invention of no one man. The principle we gathered from the life experiences of more than 500 men who actually accumulated riches in huge amounts, men who began in poverty with but little education, without influence. The principle works for these men. You can put them to work, for your own enduring benefits. You will find it easy, not hard to do. Before you read the next chapter, I want to know that it conveys factual informations which might easily change your entire financial destiny. It has so definitely both changes of spontaneous, stupendous proportions of two people described. Laptop play or watch TikToks now. Dopamine. No, this is not dopamine. Okay, yeah, I'm reading. Actually, it's a dopamine detox. Reading is a dopamine detox. TikTok. Imagine watching videos instead of reading book. Think of it. Oh, really, really? Yeah, 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 yeah. I've thought about it. Reading is just nonsense, and watching TikTok is great, right? Right? Because you a black ass nigga. You will find it easy, not hard to do. Before you read the next chapter, I want you to know that it conveys factual information which might easily change your entire financial destiny. As it has so definitely brought broad changes to stupendous profession to people describe. Okay, I want you to know also that relationship between two men and myself is such that I could have taken no liberties with facts, even if I had wished to do so. One of them has been my closest personal friend for almost 25 years, and other is my own son. The unusual success of these two men, success which they generously accredit to the principle described in the next chapter, more than justifies this personal reference as a means of emphasizing the far-flung power of principle. I reportedly halfly towards not get people like me. TikToks are good. Hey, I'm telling you right now. Okay? I'm reading and I don't need no distractions. Almost 15 years ago, I delivered the commencement address at Salem College, Salem, West Virginia. I emphasized the principle described in the next chapter with so much intensity that one of the members of the graduating class definitely approved it and made it a part of his own philosophy. The young man is now a member of Congress and an important factor in the present administration. Just before this book went to the publisher, he wrote me a letter in which he so clearly stated his opinion on the principle outlined in the next chapter that I have chosen to publish in his letter as an introduction to that chapter. It gives you an idea of the rewards to come. Okay, let's hear the Jesus. Is this a whole book? So you made an introduction as a whole book. Okay, let's see. My dear Napoli, eat, sleep, drink, watch TikToks, play game. See this boy, you are here again with all this like a big nugget. If you like better, think. No spam W's in the chat. Let me see spam. My body is so stiff. I don't know what I did. My body is so stiff. Okay, now let's read the intro. My dear Napoleon, my service as a member of Congress having given me an insight into the problems of men and women, I am writing to offer a suggestion which may become helpful to thousands of worthy people. With apologies, I must state that the suggestion, if acted upon, will mean several years of labor and responsibility for you. But I am, I am heartened, I am enheartened, okay, to make the suggestion because I know your great love for rendering useful services as a Napoleon. In 1922, you delivered the commencement address at Salem College. When I was when I remember of graduating class, in that address, you planted in my mind an idea which has been responsible for the opportunity I now have to serve the many people of my state and will be responsible in a very, very large measure of whatever success I have in the future. The suggestion I have in mind is listen attentively. That you put into a book the sum and substance of the address you delivered in Salem College. And in that way, you give the people of America an opportunity to profit by your many years of experience and association with me, with men who by their greatness have made America the richest nation. Oh, fuck, nah, fuck that shit. You say America the richest nation on earth? Fuck that shit. You lying, bro. You are lying. America is never the richest state or the richest country in the world. That's a lie. That's number one lie on this book, but maybe you are just writing it for the sake of writing a book. I recall as though it were yesterday the marvelous description you gave of the method by which Henry Ford, with but little schooling, without a dollar, with no influential friends, rose to the great heights. I made up my mind even before even before you had finished your speech that I would make a place for myself no matter how many difficulties I had surmounted. Thousands of young people will finish schooling this year and within next few years. Every one of them will be seeking such a message of practical encouragement as the one I received from you. They will want to know where to turn, what to do to get started in life. You call them in, you can call them because you have helped to solve the problems of so many people. If there, see, is this an introduction or what that you are writing as a whole book? If there's any possible way that you can afford to render so great a service, may I offer the suggestion that include with every book one of your personal analysis charts in order that the purchaser of the book may have the benefit of a complete self-inventory, indicating as you indicated to me many years ago exactly what is standing in the way of success. Such a service is as this, providing the renders of your book with a complete, unbiased picture of the faults and the virtues would mean to them the difference between success and failure. The service would be priceless. Millions of people are now facing the problems of staging a comeback, okay, because of the depression. And I speak from the personal experience. And when I say, I know these earnest people the earnest people would welcome the opportunity to tell you their problems and to receive suggestion from the solution for the solution. Do you know the problems of those who face necessity of beginning all over again? There are thousands of people in America today who would like to know how they can convert ideas into money. People who start at scratch without finance and recoup their losses. If anyone can help me, if anyone can help them, you can. Okay, you are telling Napoleon so he can help. Okay. Chapter 2. Desire. The starting point of all achievement. Okay, the first step towards riches. When Edwin C. Barnes climbed down from the freight train in Orange, NJ, New Jersey, more than 30 years ago, he may have resembled a tramp, but his thoughts were those of a king. Wow. As he made his way from a Taylor tracks to Thomas A. Edison's office, his mind was at work. He saw himself standing in Edison's presence. He had himself asking Mr. He had himself asking Mr. Edison for an opportunity to carry out the consuming obsession of his life, a burning desire to become the business associate with the great inventor. Mm. Paul. Barnes' desire was not a hope, it was not a wish, it was a keen, pulsating desire. It was a keen, pulsating desire which transcended everything else. It was definite. The desire was not new when he approached Edison. He had been Barnes' dominating desire for a long time. In the beginning, when the desire first appeared, his mind in the it may have been probably was it may have been probably was only a wish, but it was no mere wish when it appeared before Edison with it. A few years later, Barnes again stood before Edison in the same office where he first met the inventor. The last time he desired, he had been translated into reality. He was in business with Edison. The dominating dream of his life had become reality. Okay. Today, people who knew Barnes envy him because of the break life yielded him. They see him in the days of triumphs without taking trouble to invest time without taking trouble to investigate the cause of his success. Okay, yeah, that's what people faces today. You just see people and you envy them. You don't know how they came through about it, how they have been, what they have been doing secretly that nobody is seeing. The hard work, the discipline, the everything. I don't know if you understand me. So that's one thing people fail to do. Barnett succeeded because he chooses a different goal, placed all his energy, all his willpower, all his effort, everything back of that goal. It did not become the part of he did not become the partner of okay, he did not become the partner of Edison the day he arrived. He was content to start in the most menial work, as long as it provided an opportunity to take even one step towards his cherished goal. Okay, so you can do anything, even if it takes a little step to achieving your goal. Just do it as far as you are moving one step ahead and you are going forward. 5 years passed before the chance he had been seeking made its appearance. During all those years, not one ray of hope, not one promise of attainment of his desire had been held out to everyone except him. He appeared he appeared only another cog in Edison's business wheel, but in his own mind, he was the partner of Edison every minute of the time, from the very day that he first went to work there. It's a remarkable illustration of the power of a definite desire his goal because he wanted to be a business associate of Mr. Edison. More than he wanted anything, he created a plan by which to attain the purpose, but he burned all bridges behind him. He stood by his desire until it became the dominating obsession of his life and finally a fact. When he went to Orange, he did not say to himself, I will try to induce Edison to give me a job of a job or give me a job of some sort. He said, I will see Edison and put him on notice that I have to come to go into business with him. Wow. So you don't have to be like, hey, please give me this. I really need this. I really know. You have to make them see you as someone that is willing to to be giving that thing, worth giving that thing, like you are capable of doing that thing, you are going to make yourself look like that before you can be giving that, not just begging. It's a remarkable illustration of the power of a definite desire. Barnes won his goal because he wanted to be a businessman as more than what he wanted, and he created a business plan. Okay, he created a business plan. Hey, I'm reading this thing again. I'm reading it again. Okay, wait, let me go to the other side. Oh, oh my God, holy shit. Hey, oh my God, I just lost. Okay. He went to Orange. He did not say to himself, okay. He did not say I will work there for a few months. He did not say I will work there for a few months, and if I get no encouragement, I will quit and get a job somewhere else. He did say I will start anywhere. I will do anything and Edison tells me to do. But before I am through, I will be his associate. Okay. He did not say He did not say I will keep my eyes open for another opportunity in case I fail to get what I want in Edison's organization. He said there is no one but he said there is he said there is but there is but one thing in this world that I am determined to have, and that is a business association with Thomas Edison. Oh, Thomas Edison. Oh my God. The man that invented Bob. Yeah, I think Bob. Oh, oh my God. I'm starting to remember those school days. Oh, Thomas Edison. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Holy shit. How do my mouth? Oh shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did not say I will keep my eyes open. Okay. I will burn all bridges behind me and stake my entire future on my ability to get what I want. He left himself no possible way of retreat. He had to win or perish. That's all there is. That's all. That's all there is to Banner's success story of success. A long while ago, a great warrior faced a situation which made it necessary for him to make a decision which ensured his success on the battlefield. He was about to he was about to send his army against a powerful foe whose men had outnumbered his own. Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy in the middle of reading the book. We are not even close to the target yet. He loaded his soldiers into boats, sailed to the enemy's country, unloaded soldiers and equipment, then gave the order to burn the ships that had carried them. Jesus! He took people to the front of death, and then what you used to take them, you burn everything so that they cannot run or come back. Jesus, 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 Jesus. They burned the ships. Addressing his men before the first battle, he said, "You see this boat? You see the boats going up in smoke? That means we have. That means we cannot leave the shores alive unless we win. We now have no choice. We win or we perish." They won. The one, every person who wins in any undertaking must be willing to burn his ships and cut all sorts of retreat. Only by doing so can one be ensured of maintaining that state of mind, knowing a burning desire to win, essential to success. The morning after the Great Chicago Fire, a group of merchants stood on State Street looking at the smoking remains of what had been their stores. They went into a conference to decide if they would try to rebuild or leave Chicago and start over in a more compromising section of the country. They reached a decision, all except one all except all except one to leave Chicago. The merchant who decided to stay and rebuild pointed a finger at the remains of his shore and said, "Gentlemen, on the very spot I will build the world's greatest store, no matter how many times it may burn down." That's crazy. That's a very, very deep word of motivation. I will build the greatest stores in the world, no matter how many times failure catch me, no matter how many times I have a temporary defeat, no matter any times I encounter some difficulty, I must definitely build it. Ugogolobogolobodia, okobogeleme, iyara yara ya, ugonge mole mesanya mi mara mana la ba ba ba. Hey. 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 Gogologologolobobia. That was more than 50 years ago. The store was built. It stands there today, a towering monument to the power of that state of mind known as a burning desire. Okay, the easy thing for a Marshall Field to have done would have been exactly what his fellow merchants did when the going was hard, the future looked dismal. They put up and went where the going seemed easier. Okay. Mark well this difference between Marshall Field and other merchants. Marshall Field and other merchants, because it is the same difference which introduces Edwin Barnes from thousands of young men who have worked in Edison's organization. It is the same difference which distinguishes practically all who succeed from those who fail. Every human being who reaches the age of understanding of the purpose of money wishes for it. Wishing will not bring riches, but desiring riches with a state of mind that becomes an obsession, then planning definite ways and means to acquire riches, and backing those plans with persistence, which does not recognize failure, will bring riches. Come on, man. I love this line. I love this line. I love this line so much. I love this line. Let me read it again. Every human who reaches the age of understanding of the purpose of money wishes for it. Wishing will not bring riches. You wishing for you to have money will not bring you money. But desiring riches with a state of mind that becomes like an obsession, you are obsessed with becoming rich, is what will get you rich. And then planning a definite ways and means to acquire that riches is what will get you rich. And backing those plans with persistence, like keep on, like consistency, in a simple language, like backing it up with back to back support. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. That's what will get you rich. And that's what okay, with persistency which does not recognize failure. You see, it does not recognize failure. Even when you fail, you know that you failed. Yeah, you just took it. Not staying with your failure and start counting on the failure. You get me? You get me? Do you get me? Every human being who reaches the age of understanding. Okay, the method. I've read this place. Let's move on. The method by which desire for okay, the method by which desire for riches can be transmuted into its financial equivalent consists of 6 definite practical steps. These first, fix in your mind the exact amount of money you desire. It is not sufficient merely to say, I want plenty of money. Oh, first, be infinite, be definite as to the amount. There's a psychological reason for definiteness, which will be described in a subsequent chapter. Okay. Second, determine exactly what you intend to give in return for the money you desire. There's no such really as something for nothing. Oh, there's no such reality as something for nothing. Okay, so that means there's something for something. So when you give something, you get something. Establish a definite date when you intend to possess the money you desire. Jesus, that one is hard though. Fourth, create a definite plan for carrying out your desire. Begin at once, whether you are ready or not. Put this plan into action. Okay. Fifth, write out a clear, concise statement of the amount you intend to acquire. Name the time limit for its acquisition. State what you intend to give in return for the money and describe clearly the plan through which you intend to accumulate it. Oh. Sixth, read your written statement aloud twice daily, once before retiring at night and once after arising in the morning. See and feel, as you read, see and feel and believe yourself already in possession of the money. It is important that you follow the instructions described in these 6 chapters. It is especially important that you observe and follow the instructions in the 6th paragraph. You may complain that it is impossible for you to see yourself in possession of money before you actually have it. Here is where a burning desire will come to your aid. If you truly desire money so keenly that your desire is an obsession, you will have no difficulty in convincing yourself that you will acquire it. The object is to want money and to become so determined to have it that you convince yourself you will have it. Okay. Only those who becomes money conscious ever accumulate great riches. Money consciousness means that mind has become so thoroughly saturated with the desire for money that one can see oneself already in possession of money. Yes, that's it. Because I watched a particular video yesterday. The person was like, if you do not see yourself having money, you can never, like, if you do not picture yourself, like it's for you to, like, everything starts from your mind. If you want to become rich, it's starting from your mind. Okay, it's starting from your mind. Having a very hot desire for it, like a burning desire. And that's what this place is also saying, which I found is true. It's true, because when your mind is overly obsessed with something, you can go extra mile for it. Only those who become, okay, to be uninitiated to the uninitiated, who has not been schooled in the working principle of the human mind, these instructions may appear impractical. It may be helpful to all who fail to recognize the soundness of the 6 chapters, of the 6 steps, to know that the information they convey was received from Andrew Carnegie, 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 who began as an ordinary laborer in the steel mills, but managed, despite his humble beginning, to make this principle yield him a fortune of considerably more than $100 million. More than $100 million. Okay. It may be of further help to to know that 6 steps he recommended were carefully scrutinized by the late Thomas A. Edison, who placed his stamp of approval upon them as being not only step essential for the accumulation of money, but necessary for the attainment of the definite goal. All right, definite goal. Okay, so this is where we are. We are going to take a break now. We are going to take a break. All right, so let's take a break. It's 12 p.m. now. I'll be back, guys. Oh shit. Giga la motaga. Igolegele gala gole misaka man pa pushing go giga. Ikala mogaba. Kata magaba. Yeah. Oh, we back. Oh, how did the fan switch off? How did the fan switch off? Oh shit. It's not yet on. 62. Oh my god. What should I do now? Yeah. Let's go. So we stopped at it may be of further help to know that the 6 steps here recommended were carefully scrutinized by the late Thomas A. Edison, who placed his stamp of approval upon them as being not only the steps essential for accumulation of money, but necessary for the attainment of any definite goal. Okay. the steps for the steps call for no hard labor. They call for no sacrifice. They do not require one to become ridiculous or credulous. To apply them calls for no great amount of education, but the successful application of these 6 steps does call for sufficient imagination to enable one to see and understand that accumulation of money can be left to chance, good fortune, and luck. One must realize that all who have accumulated great fortunes first did a certain amount of dreaming, hoping, wishing, desiring, and planning before they acquired money, which is true. Jesus. which is true. Yeah. All right. So you may as well know. You may as well know the right. You may as well know right here that you can never have riches in great quantities unless you can work yourself into a white heat of desire for money and actually believe you will possess it. Okay. Christianity is the greatest potential power in the world today because its founder was an intense dreamer who had the vision and imagination to see realities in their mental and spiritual form before they had been transmitted into the physical form. Really? Are you saying the truth? If you do not see great riches in your imagination, you will never see them in your bank balance. Never in the history of America has there been so great an opportunity for practical dreamers as now exists. The sixth economic collapse has reduced all men substantially to the same level. A new race is about to run. The stakes represent huge fortunes which will be accumulated within the next 10 years. The rules of the race have changed because we now live in a changed world. The definitely, the definitely favors we now live in a changed world that definitely favors the masses, those who had but little or no opportunity to win under the conditions existing during the depression, paralyzed growth and development. We who are in this race for riches should be encouraged to know that the change in the world we live is demanding new ideas, new ways of doing things. Yeah, that's true. New leaders, new inventions, new methods of teaching, new methods of marketing, new books, new literature, new features for radio, new ideas for moving pictures. But have somebody actually noticed since, let me say, since this 21st century, there's never been any inventions. I don't think there has never been any inventions. Wait, let me search for it and see. Has there ever been any invention since this 21st century? What 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 did we have since this 21st century? 21st century is from 2000, right? From 2000. Artificial intelligence has been before now. M- okay, they said yes, 21st century has been one of the most specific prolific eras in human history for innovation. Instead of just singular device, smartphone and apps. No, those ones have been there now. Smartphones, those ones have been there. Like tangible, something that has never been before. Gen editing. 3D printing, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, renewable energy, augmented virtual reality. This is this is bullshit. All these things are not major invention. All these things are not major invention. Wait, let me. No, this is not what I meant. This is not what I meant. I meant major, like major inventions like that has never been before. Artificial intelligence has been before. It has been even yeah, it has been, or I don't know if you understand, or is it in this 2020s? But what I know is I like major things, not artificial something virtual machine. No, not those ones. Major things like Thomas Edison's, those people that invented like tangible tangible things people can see. I completely understand what you mean now. You're absolutely antivirus had been before 20. It was officially founded as a field in 1956. You see, artificial intelligence has been since 1956. Okay, you see, you want to hear about massive physical reward engineering inventions, the kind of tangible power. Okay, okay, yes, Nikola Tesla. Okay, now 20 20 massive physical engineering inventions created in the 21st century that have never existed before include, whoa, megawatt scale one brain control bionic prosthetics, ultra high voltage direct current, super grid. All these things are nonsense now. Reusable heavy lift socket rooster, contour crafting 3D, all these things is under one category. All these things is under one category. What is megawatt? There has been no major invention since this 2020, since 21st century, since 2000. There has been no major inventions like car, like something that has never been in existence. Not all this 3D, what is contouring 3D house builders, what is this? All of these modern engineering marvels fall directly under one category. You know now, heavy physical infrastructure. You know all these things are. You see, this Google self, they don't even have they don't have what do they call it? They don't have reasonable answers. It's just saying nonsense. There has never been any since 1990. There have not been any one again. No major inventions. No major. This generation lacks. Okay. Um. Okay. I stopped at fear when fear paralyzed growth and development. We who are in the race for riches should be encouraged to know that this changed the world in which we live is demanding new ideas, new ways, okay, new ideas, new ways of doing things, new ways, new leaders, new inventions, new methods of teaching, new methods of marketing, new books, new literature, new features for radio, new ideas for moving the pictures. Okay, back of all this demand for new and better things, there is one quality which must possess to win, and that is definiteness. Definiteness of purpose, the knowledge of what one wants, and a burning pressure, a burning desire to possess it. The business is marked The business depression marked the death of one age and the birth of another. This changed world this changed world requires practical dreamers who can and will put their dreams into action. The practical dreamers have always been and always be the pattern makers of civilization. Okay. We who desire to accumulate riches should remember the real leaders of the world always have been men who harnessed and put into practical use the intangible, unseen force of unborn opportunity and have converted those forces or impulses of thought into skyscrapers, cities, factories, airplanes, automobiles, and every form of convenience that makes life more pleasant. Tolerance and an open mind are practical necessities of the dreamer of today. Those who are afraid of new ideas or doomed before they start never has tolerance and an open mind are practical necessities of the dreamer of today. Those who are afraid of new ideas are doomed before they start. Okay. Never has there been a time more favorable to pioneers than the present. True, there is no wild and woolly west to be conquered as in the days of covered wagon, but there is a vast business, financial, and industrial world to be remodeled and redirected along new and better lines. In planning to acquire your share of the riches, let no one influence you to scorn the dreamer. To win big, let no one influence you to scorn the dreamer. To win big stakes in this changed world, you must catch the spirit of the great pioneers of the past, whose dreams have given to civilization and that it has. In planning to acquire your shares of the riches, let no one influence you to scorn the dreamer, okay? To win the big stakes in the changed world, you must catch the spirit of the great pioneers of the past, whose dreams have given to civilization all that it has of value, the spirit which serves as the lifeblood of our own country, your opportunity and mine to develop and market our talents. Let's not forget Columbus died. Columbus dreamed of an unknown world and staked his life on the existence of such a world and discovered it. So, yeah. Oh, Columbus was discovered okay after someone's name. Copernicus, the great astronomers, dreamed of multiplicity of worlds and revalued them and reviewed them. No one denounced him as impractical after he had triumphed. Instead, the world worshipped at his shrine, thus proving once more that success requires no apologies, failure permits no alibis. Failure permits no alibis. What is alibis? Alibis. Let me ask again. Let me ask again. What is alibis? What is alibis? What is alibis? Alibis is a piece of an alibi is a piece of evidence that proves a person was somewhere else when a specific event, usually a crime, took place. If someone has a solid alibi, I say alibi. Is it alibi or alibi? Okay. Pronounce it. Let me hear. Pronounce it. Alibi. Oh, the word alibi is pronounced aluhbye. Sounds like the name al or the first part of the word apple. Al, a very short sound like the a in about. Okay, alibi. Oh, is it alibis? Oh, I think it's alibis. Alibi. Okay. Failure permits no alibi, no alibis. If the things you wish to do right, if the things you wish to do right and you believe in it, go ahead and do it. Put your dreams across. Never mind what they say. If you meet, never mind what they say if you meet with temporary defeat. Okay. Perhaps do not know that every failure brings with it the seed of an equivalent success. Yeah, that's true. When you fail too much, you win too much. That's true. That's true. If you fail too much, you win too much. And if you fail consistently and you keep on standing consistently, you will keep on winning consistently. That's the scope. Henry Ford, poor and uneducated, dreamed of a horseless carriage, went to work with what tools he possessed, without waiting for the opportunity to favor him. And now and now evidence of his dream belt. Oh, evidence of his dream belts the entire earth. Yeah. He has put more wheels into the operation than any man who had ever lived because he was not afraid to back his dreams. So after this book, I'm going to leave my comfort zone. I've been waiting for opportunities to favor me. So I have to go before like I have to go with what I have now. You can meet opportunities. I don't know if you understand me. Because that's true. Had it been he was waiting, okay, I need to wait for the right tools, the materials, everything, he wouldn't have been the first man to invent car. That's good. Though Henry Ford, okay, he was not afraid to back his dreams. Thomas Edison dreamed of a lamp that could be operated by electricity, began where he stood to put his dream into action. And despite more than 10,000 failures, oh, that man is so, like, I don't even know. He stood by that dream until he made it a physical reality. Practical dreamers don't quit. Welland dreamed of a chain of cigar stores, transformed his dream into action, and now the United Cigar Stores occupy the best corners in America. Lincoln dreamed of freedom for the black slaves. Lincoln dreamed of freedom for the black slaves, put his dreams into actions, and barely missed living to see a united North and South translate his dream into reality. The Wright brothers, these ones are the people that invented plane. Wilbur Wright and I forgot these names. The Wright brothers dreamed of a machine that will fly through the air. Now one may see evidence all over the world that they dreamed soundly. Yeah, that's true. Marconi dreamed of a system of harnessing the intangible forces of the ether. Evidence that did not dream in vain may be found in every wireless and radio in the world. Moreover, Marconi dreams brought the humblest cabin and the most stately manor house side by side. It made the people of the nation on earth backdoor neighbors. It gave the president of the United States a medium by which he may talk to all people of America at one time. And on short notice, okay, wait, let me understand this. It made the people of every nation on earth backdoor neighbors. Oh. It's already gone and I'm still pressing it. Talk to all the people of America at one time and on short notice. It may interest you to know that Marconi friends had him taken into custody and examined in a psychopathic hospital. When he announced he has discovered a principle through which he could send message through air without the aid of wires or other direct physical means of communication, the dreamers of today fare better. The world has become a new discoveries. Nay, it has shown a willingness to reward the dreamer who gives the world a new idea. The greatest achievement was at first and for a time but a dream. The oak sleeps in the acorn. The bird waits in the egg, and in the highest version of the soul, a waking angel stares. Dreams are the seedlings of reality. Yeah. That's true. Because when you dream and bring it to reality, it also forms a reality. So it's dreams are the ones that are forming reality. Awake, arise and assert yourself. You dreamers of the world. Are you quoting as according to the Bible? Awake, arise, and assert yourself, you dreamers of the world. Your star is now in the ascendancy. In the ascendancy. The word depression brought the opportunity you have been waiting for. It taught people humility, tolerance, and open-mindedness. Open-mindedness. The world is filled with an abundance of opportunity which the dreamers of the past never knew. A burning desire to be, a burning desire to be and to do is the starting point from which the dreamer must take off. Dreams are not to be born or are not to be born of indifference, laziness, or lack of ambition. The world no longer scoffs around the dreamer. The world no longer scoffs at the dreamer, nor calls him impractical. If you think it does, take a trip to Tennessee and witness what a dreamer president has done in the way of harnessing and using the great water power of America a score of years ago. Such a dreams would have seemed like madness. You have been disappointed. You have undergone defeat during the depression. You have felt you have felt the great heart within you have felt the great heart within you. You have felt the great heart within you okay, you have felt the great heart within you crushed until it bled. Take courage for these experiences. Have tempered Take courage for these experiences. Have tempered the spiritual metal of which you are made. They are assets of incomparable value. Remember too that all who succeed in life get off to a bad start. Yes, and pass through many heartbreaking struggle before they arrive. The turning point in the lives of those who succeed usually comes at the moment of some crisis through which they are introduced to their other selves. John Bunyan wrote the Pilgrim's Progress, which is among the finest of all English literature. After he had been confined in prison and sorely punished because of his view on the subject of religion. Oh, Henry, Henry, Henry discovered the genius which slept within his brain. After he had met with the great misfortune and was confined in a prison cell in Columbus, Ohio, being forced through misfortune to become acquainted with his other self and to use his imagination, he discovered himself to be a great author instead of a miserable criminal and outcast. Strange and varied are the ways of life, and stranger still are the ways of infinite intelligence, through which men are sometimes forced to undergo all sorts of punishment before discovering their own brains and their own capacity to create useful ideas through imagination. Edison, the world's greatest inventor and scientist, was a tramp tele, telegraph operator. He failed innumerable times before he was driven finally to the discovery of the genius which slept with his brain. Okay, with his brain. Charles Dickens began by pasting labels on blacking pots. The tragedy of his first love penetrated the depths of his soul and converted him into the world's truly great authors. Authors. The tragedy produced first David David Copperfield, then a succession of other works that made this a richer and better world for all who read this book. Disappointment over love affairs generally has the effect of driving men to drink and women to ruin, and this because most people never learn the art of transmuting their strongest emotions into dreams of a constructive nature. Yeah, when a girl breaks your heart, you go and drink for what? Why are you drinking? Are you crazy? Are you here? Let me knock you. Let me knock you. Cause a girl break your heart, you run, you go. Upon all I have done for you. You'll be crying and be laughing at the same time. Come here, let me knock you. Let me knock you. Let me give you this one on your head. Helen Keller became deaf, dumb, and blind shortly after birth. Despite her great misfortune, she has written her name indelibly in pages of history. Wait, what? Wait, Helen Keller, History of the Great. Her entire life has served as evidence that no one ever is defeated until defeat has been accepted as a reality. Robert Burns was an illiterate country lad. He was cursed by poverty and grew up to be a drunkard in the bargain. I think I've heard about this Robert Burns. The world was made better for his having lived, because he clothed beautiful thought in poetry and therefore plucked a thorn and planted a rose in its place. Booker T. Washington was born in slavery, handicapped by race and color. This color of a thing again. This color of a thing. Why are you guys being so racist? Because he was tolerant, he had an open mind at all times on all subjects. He was a dreamer. He left his impress for good on an entire race. Beethoven was deaf, Milton was blind, but their names will last as long as time endures, because they dreamed and translated their dreams into organized thought. Before passing to the next chapter, kindly anew in your mind the fire of hope, faith, courage, and tolerance. If you have these states of mind and a working knowledge of principle described, all else that you need will come to you when you are ready for it. Let Emerson state the thoughts in these words. Every proverb, every book, every byword that belongs to thee for aid and comfort shall surely come through shall surely come home through open or winding passages. Every friend whom not thy are you quoting Bible for me? Every friend whom not thy fantastic will, but the great and tender soul in thee craveth. No, turn everything to earth. Every earth friendeth, whometh noteth, diet, fantasticeth, willeth, buteth, diet, greateth, andeth, tendeth, soleth, ineth, diet, craveth, shaleth, locketh, diet, ineth, he heareth, embraceth. I want to quote Bible inside the book. There's a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it. No one is ready for a thing unless he believes he can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief, not mere hope or wish. Open-mindedness is essential for belief. Closed mind do not inspire faith, courage, and belief. Remember, no more effort is required to aim high in life. Wow. To demand abundance and prosperity than is required to accept misery and poverty. A great poet has correctly stated this universal truth through this line. I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening when I counted my sky. I bargained with life for a penny. I bargained in life with a penny. And life will pay me more. However, I beg at evening. No. I bargain with life for a penny, and life will pay no more. However, I beg at evening when I counted my scanty store. I bargain with life for a penny, and life will pay no more. Yeah. However, I beg at evening when I counted my scanty store. For for life is just is for life is a just employer. He gives you what you ask, but once you have set the wages, why you must bear the task. I have worked for a millennials hire only to learn dismayed that any wage I asked for life, life would have willingly paid. Oh, so you choose to go and work for someone without knowing that you can get it more. Desire outwits mother nature. As a fitting climax to this chapter, I wish to introduce one of the most unusual person I have ever known. I first saw him 24 years ago, a few minutes after he was born. He came into the world without any physical signs of ear, and doctor admitted when pressed for an opinion that the child might be deaf and mute for life. Oh shit! Oh, I feel sorry for you. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I feel sorry for your mama. Sorry for your papa. I feel sorry for. Oh my God! Why would you be born and muted for life? Oh my God! Oh, I feel sorry for your mama. I'm sorry. Oh. I challenged the doctor's opinion. I had the right to do so. I was the child's father. Wait, are you crazy? As a fitting climax to this chapter, I wish to introduce one of the most unusual persons I have ever known. Okay, this first line is talking as if another person is talking. Now, the second line is I challenged the doctor's opinion. I had the right to do so. I was the child's father. I too reached a decision. So now you are the child's father. You see, you just take a look at this. Why are you trying to confuse my brain now? Okay. I too reached a decision and rendered an opinion, but I expressed the opinion silently in the secrecy of my own heart. I decided that my son would hear and speak. Nature could send me a child without ears, yeah, but nature could not induce me to accept the reality of the affliction. That's fucked up. You want to challenge nature? Okay, no problem, no problem. You gotta do it in a good way. In my own mind, I knew that my son would hear and speak. Oh, you believe in miracles, okay? How? Yeah, I was sure there must be a way. Yeah, of course, there must be a way because miracle always exists and miracle will forever exist. So you have you have the desire to, the whole course of these things goes to teach us faith. You see, faith, we need only obey. Yeah, we need to obey only. We only need to obey. Which one is we need only obey? Sometimes you guys will carry wrong English and put inside because you think it's a book, then all the English inside is good. It's not good. We need only obey. We only need to obey. That's point and period. There is a guidance for each of us, and by lowly listening, we shall fear the right word. The right word, desire more than anything else. I desire that my son should not be a deaf mute. Yeah, for sure. From that desire, I receded, not for a second. Yeah, many years previously, I had written, our only limitations are those we set up in our own minds. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we are the limitation, like we are the limitations of our own limits. Many years previously, I had written our own limit our only limitations are those we set up in our own minds. For the first time, I wondered if that statement were true. Lying on the bed in front of me was a newly born child without natural equipment of hearing. Oh shit. Once again, I feel sorry for your mama. I feel sorry for your papa. The right word desire. I wondered if that statement was true. Lying on the bed in front of me was a newly born child, without natural equipment of hearing. Even though he might hear and speak, he was obviously disfigured by life. Surely this was a limitation that child had not set up in his own mind. Yeah, for sure. He didn't set up that limitation for himself, but nature did. Nature did set up that shit for him. Nature set up that shit for him. Nature set up that shit for him. Nature should. Oh my god. Many years previously. Oh, okay. I'm done with this. I'm done with this side. I'm done with this side. I'm done with this side. For the first time, I wondered, okay, what could I do about it? Somehow, I would find a way to transplant into the child's mind my own child's mind, my own burning desire for ways and means of conveying sound to his brain without the aid of ears. As soon as the child was old enough to cooperate, I would fill his mind so completely with a burning desire to hear that nature would, by methods of our own, translate it into physical realities. All this thinking took place in my own mind, but I spoke it to no one. Every day I renewed the pledge I had made to myself not to accept a deaf mute for a son. As he grew older and began to take notice of things, we observed that he had slightly degree of hearing. He had a slight degree of hearing. When he reached the age when children usually begin talking, he made no attempt to speak, but we could tell by his actions that he could hear certain sounds slightly. That was all I wanted to know. I was confused that if he could hear even slightly, he might develop still greater hearing capacity. Then something happened which gave me hope. It came from an entirely unexpected source. We bought a Victrola. When the child heard the music for the first time, he went into ecstasies and promptly appropriated the machine. He soon showed a preference for certain records among them. It's a long way to Tipperary. On one occasion, he played that piece over and over for almost 2 hours, standing in front of the Victrola with his teeth clamped on the edge of the case. The significance of the self of this self-formed habit of his did not become clear to us until years afterward. For we had never heard of the principle of bone conduction of sound at that time. Shortly after he appropriated Victrola, shortly after he appropriated, hear me quiet clearly when I spoke with my lips touching his mastoid bone. His mastoid bone. Mastoid. Mastoid bone. Mastoid. What is mastoid? Ma, mastoid bone, or at the base of the brain. This discovery placed in my possession the necessary media by which I began to translate into reality my burning desire to help my son develop hearing and speech. By that time, he was making stabs at speaking certain words. The outlook was far from encouraging, but desire backed by faith knows no such words as impossible. Okay. Yala yala ya. Having determined that he could hear the sound of my voice plainly, I began immediately to transfer to his mind the desire to hear and speak. I soon discovered that the child enjoyed bedtime stories, so I went to work. You started to learn, you start to read bedtime stories for him. Oh, that's good. That's good. So I went to work creating stories, design. Creating stories. Do you create any stories for yourself? What do you mean by creating stories when you can create stories? I mean, you just go online and carry somebody's story and read for your child. Now you say you craft story. You are lying, no. You are lying, no. You are lying. You are lying. What story do you know? What story can your head craft? Okay, 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 okay. Creating story designed to develop him self-reliance, imagination, and keep a keen desire to hear and to be normal. There was one story in particular which I emphasized by giving it some new and dramatic coloring each time it was told. Oh, sure. Yeah, it was designed to plant in his mind the thought that his affliction was not a liability but an asset of great value. Oh shit. Despite the fact that all the philosophy I had examined indicated that every adversity brings with it the seed of an equivalent advantage, I must confess I had not the slightest idea of how this affection could ever become an asset. However, I continued my practice of writing that philosophy in bedtime stories, hoping the time would come when he would find some plan by which his handicap could, be made serve to some useful purpose. Right? Yeah. Reason told me painfully that there was no adequate compensation for the lack of ears and natural hearing equipment. Backed by faith, yeah, pushed reason aside and inspired me to carry on. As I analyzed the experience in retrospect, I can see now that my son has faith in me had much to do with the outstanding results. Yeah, he did not question anything I told him. Okay, yeah, I sold him the idea that he had a distinct advantage of his elder brother. Oh. That this advantage would reflect in him in many ways. For example, the teachers the teachers in the school would deserve that he had no ears, and because of this they would show him special attention and treat him with extraordinary kindness. Okay, they always did. His mother saw to that by visiting the teachers and arranging them to give the child extra attention necessary. So I told him the idea too, and when he became old enough to sell newspaper, his elder brother had already become a newspaper merchant. He would have a big advantage over his brother, for the reason that people pay him, extra money for his wares, because they could see that he was a bright, industrious boy, despite the fact that he has no ears. We could notice that gradually the child's hearing was improving. Moreover, he had not the slightest tendency of like to be self-conscious, because of his affliction. Yeah. When he was about 7, he was about 7, he showed the evidence that our method of servicing his mind was bearing fruit. For several months, he begged for the privilege of selling newspapers, but his brother would not give her consent. She was afraid that his deafness made it unsafe for him to go on the street alone. Yeah, for sure. Finally, he took the matters in his own hands. One afternoon, he was left at home with the servant. He climbed through the kitchen window, shined to the ground, and set out on his own. Come on, such a brave boy. I love you, boy. He borrowed 6 cents in a capital from the neighborhood shoemaker, invested it in newspapers, sold it out, and reinvested it, and kept repeating until late in the evening. After balancing his accounts, after paying back the 6 cents he had borrowed from his banker, he had a net profit of 42 cents. When he got home that night, we found him in bed asleep. 42 cents, 6 cents, 42 cents. Hmm. So you made a total of 42 42 cents. Wait. 42 cents. Okay, he had, oh, okay, his profit, okay, his profit is just 42 cents. Okay, okay, okay. We found him in the bed asleep, oh, asleep, oh, asleep, oh, asleep, oh. With the money tightly clenched in his hand. Oh, he had this the money in his hand like this, and he was sleeping like this. Doom, 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 doom. His mother opened his hand, removed the coins, and cried, of all things, crying over her son's first victory seemed so inappropriate. My reaction was the reverse. I laughed heartily, for I knew that my endeavor to plant in the child's mind an attitude of faith in himself had been successful. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, the man was trying to make the boy self-confident and self-reliance because he was not hearing. So it can actually be like when you are not hearing, you cannot speak. You feel like you are a nobody. Like you just feel like, oh, nobody cares about you and something. So the man was okay, and that was why he went out to to push, like to make things on his own. Okay. His mother saw it in his first business venture. A little boy, a little deaf boy who had gone out in the street and risked a life to earn money. I saw a brave, ambitious, self-reliant little businessman who stock in himself had been increased 100% because he had gone into business on his own initiative and had won. The transaction pleased me because I knew that he had given evidence of a trait of resourcefulness that would go with him all through life. Later events proved this to be true when his older proved this to be true when his older brother wanted something. He would lie down to the floor, kick his feet in the air, cry for it, and get it. When the little deaf boy wanted something, he would plan a way to earn the money, then buy it himself. He still follows that plan. Truly, my own has taught me that handicaps can be converted into stepping stones on which many climb towards some worthy goals, unless they are accepted as obstacles and used as alibis. Alibis. Okay, alibis. The little deaf boy went through the grades, high school, and college without being able to hear his teachers, excepting when they shout loudly at close range. He did not go to the school. He did not go to a school for the deaf. Hmm. We would not permit him to learn the sign language. We were able that we were determined that he should live a normal life and associate with normal children. We stood by that decision, although it cost us many heated debates with school officials. While he was in school, he tried an electrical hearing aid, but it was of no value to him, due, we believe, to a condition that was disclosed when the child was 6. Dr. J. Gordon Wilson of Chicago, when he operated one of the boy's head and discovered that there was no sign of natural hearing equipment. During his last week in college, 18 years after the operation, something happened which marked the most important turning point of his life. Through what seemed to be mere chance, he came into possession of another electrical hearing device, which was sent to him on trial. He was slow about testing it due to the disappointment with a similar device. Finally, he picked the instrument up and, more or less carelessly, placed it on his head, hooked up the battery, and lo, as if by a stroke of magic, his life his lifelong desire for normal hearing became a reality. Oh, for the first time in his life, he had practically Jesus Christ. What a miracle! Oh, what a miracle! What a miracle! As well as any person with normal hearing, God moves in mysterious ways. Yes, 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 yes. His wonders to perform. Overjoyed because of the changed world which had brought which had brought to him through his hearing device, he rushed to the telephone, called his mother, and heard her voice perfectly. The next day, he painfully heard the voices of professors in class for the first time in his life. Wow! Previously, he could hear them only when they shout at a short range. He heard the radio, he heard the talking pictures for the first time in his life. He could converse freely with other people without necessity of their having to speak loudly. He had come into possession of a changed world. We had refused to accept the nature's error, and by persistent desire, we had induced nature to correct that error through the only practical means available. Desire had commenced to pay dividends. Desire had commenced to pay dividends, but the victory was not yet complete. The boy still had to find a definite and practical way to convert his handicap into an equivalent asset. Hardly realizing the significance of what had already been accomplished, but intoxicated with the joy of newly self-discovered, intoxicated with the joy of his newly discovered world of sound, he wrote a letter to the manufacturer of his hearing aid, enthusiastically experiences. Something in his letter, something perhaps which was not written on the lines but back of them, caused the company to invite him to New York. Whoa. When they arrived, he was escorted through the factory, and while talking with the chief engineer, telling him about his changed world, a hunch, an idea, or an inspiration, call it what you wish, flashed into his mind. It was the impulse of thought which converted his affliction into an asset, destined to pay dividends in both money and happiness, thousands to thousands for all time to come. The sum of the substance that impulse thought was this: I occurred to him that he might be of help to the millions of defeated people life who go through life who go through life mm-mm, without the benefit of hearing themselves, if he could find a way to tell them the story of his changed world. And then and there, he reached a decision to devote the remainder of his life to rendering useful services to the hard of hearing. For an entire month, he carried an extensive research during which he analyzed the entire market system of the manufacturer of the hearing voice and created means of communication with the hard of hearing all over the world for a purpose of sharing with them his newly discovered changed world. When he was done, when this was done, he put in writing a 2-year plan based upon his changed world findings. When he presented the plan to the company, he was instantly given a position for the purpose of carrying out his ambition. Little did he dream when he went to work that he was destined to bring hope and practical relief to thousands of deafened people who, with his help, would have been doomed forever to deaf mutism. Due to deaf mutism. Shortly after I became associated with the manufacturer of his hearing aid, he invited me to attend a class conducted by his company for the purpose of teaching deaf mutes to hear and to speak. I had never heard of such a form of education before I visited the class. Skeptical but hopeful that my time would not be entirely wasted. Here I saw a demonstration gave me a which gave me a greatly which gave me a greatly enlarged vision. Whoosh. Thus through some of this okay. I visited the class skeptical but hoping that my time would not be entirely wasted. Here I saw a demonstration which gave me a clearly enlarged vision of what I had done to arouse and keep alive in my son's mind the desire for normal hearing. I saw deaf mutes actually being taught to hear and to speak through application of the same self principle I had used more than 20 years previous in saving my son from deaf mutism. There is no doubt in my mind that Blair would have hmm, thus, through some strange turn of the wheel of fate, my son Blair and I have been this destiny to aid in correcting deaf mutism for those as yet unborn, because we are the only living human beings, as far as I know, who have established definitely the fact that deaf mutism can be corrected to the extent of restoring to normal life those who suffer with this affliction. It has been done for one and it will be done for others. Okay, yeah, there's no doubt. Once it's done for one person, every other people it must be done to. Oh shit, I don't know what is happening. There is no doubt in my mind that Blair would have been a deaf mute all his life. In his mother's If his mother and I had not managed to shape his mind as we did, the doctor who attended at his bed told us confidentially that the child might never hear or speak. A few weeks ago, Dr. Ivan Vors, a noted specialist on such case, examined Blair very thoroughly. He was astounded when he learned how well my son now hear and speak, and his examination indicated that theor- theo- theory theoretically the boy should not be able to hear at all, but the lad does hear. despite the fact that the X-ray picture showed there is no opening in the skull. Oh, from where his ear should be to the brain. Okay. When I planted in his mind the desire to hear and talk and live as normal person, they went with that impulse some strange influence which caused nature to become bridge builder and span the gulf of silence between his brain and the outer world by some means which the nearest medical the keenest medical specialists have not been able to interrupt. He would be sacrilege for me to even conjecture as how nature performed this miracle. It would be forgivable if neglected to tell as to tell to tell oh shit to tell the world as much as I know of the number of the humble part I assumed in the strange experience. It was my duty and privilege to say I believe, and not without reason, and nothing is impossible to the person who backs desire with enduring faith. For sure, that's it. I need to charge this thing. So you are coming to the next. You're coming to this side. I. Should I keep this thing like this? Okay, like this is going to be good. It's going to be good like this. Yeah, so it is my duty and privilege to say I believe, and not without reason, that nothing is impossible to the person who backs desire with enduring faith. Verily, a burning desire has devious ways of transmitting itself into equivalent. Blair desired normal hearing, now he has it. He was born with a handicap which might easily have sent one with a less defined desire to the street with a bundle of pencils and a tin cup. The handicap now promised to serve as the medium by which he will render useful service to many millions of hard of hearing. Many millions of hard of hearing. Also, to give him useful employment at adequate financial compensation that the remainder of his life. The little white lies I planted in his mind when he was a child by leading him to believe his affliction would become a great asset, which he could capitalize, has justified itself. Verily, there's nothing right or wrong which belief plus burning desire cannot make real. That's sure, for sure, man. Now you telling me the truth. You are telling me the truth now. You are telling me the truth. You are spitting the truth. You are spitting the truth. Why are you looking at me like that? Hmm. Okay. 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 This book has 200 and something page. How can we finish this book? I did not know what I did to myself. I did not know. 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 What will I do now? I'm trying to do something. I don't know if it's going to work. Go no balam van van van, kasi já sei. Go no lontan van van. Go no lontan van van. Go no lontan van van van. Go no lontan 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 van van. La 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 la. Go no lontan van van. Go no lontan van van. Go no lontan van van. Le boost, que boost, que le boost, que le boost, que boost, que le disque, que boost, hey. Oh, what's all this now? Oh. Oh. Yeah, so like this is good. The little white lies I planted in his mind. On now. What's wrong with you? The little white lies I planted in his mind. What? The little white lies I planted in his mind when he was a child by leading him to believe, okay. I've read this place. I've read this place now. Should I come and read it again? Okay. These qualities are free to everyone in desire are free to everyone. These These qualities are free to everyone. In all my experience in dealing with men and women who had personal problems, I never handled a single case which more definitely demonstrate the power of desire. Authors sometimes make the mistake of writing of subjects of which they have but superficial or very elementary knowledge. It has been my good fortune. Okay. It has been my good fortune to have had the privilege of testing the soundness of the power of the desire through the affliction of my son. Perhaps it was providential that the experience came as it did, for surely no one is better prepared than he. Yeah, to serve as an example of. Glazer. Where's my remote? Can't find this remote. Jesus Christ. Where did I keep this thing? Glazer. Ah! Oh, where is this thing now? Oh! Where's this thing now? Oh no. How? How can this be? Hey. See, I'm not playing. No. What? I was like, the person entered inside my room. I cannot find my thing. What's going on? Okay. Strange, and perhaps it was providential that, okay.
Some authors make the mistake of writing of subjects of which they have but superficial or very elementary knowledge. It has been of my good fortune to have had the privilege of testing the soundness of power of desire through the affliction of my own son. Perhaps it was providential that the experience came out as it did, for surely no one is better prepared than he to serve as an example of what happens when desire is put to the rest. If mother nature bends to the will of desire, it is logical that men were that men can defeat a burning desire. A strange and imponderable is the power of human mind. We don't understand the method by which it uses circumstances. Every individual, every physical thing within its reach as a means of transmitting desire is its physical. Oh shit. Strange and imponderable is the power of human mind. We do not understand the method by which it uses every circumstance, every individual, every physical thing within its reach as a means of transmitting desire into its physical counterpart. Okay, perhaps science will uncover this secret. I planted in my son's mind the desire to speak as any normal person hears and speak. That desire has now become a reality. I planted in his mind the desire to convert his greatest handicap into his greatest asset. That desire has been realized. The modus operandi by which, the modus operandi, remember this word, the modus operandi. Are you hearing me? The modus, modus operandi, operand. This English is the word of today, like the word of the day. What is the word of the day? You say the modus operandi. The modus operandi. The modus operandi by which its outstanding result was achieved is not hard to describe. It is consisted of three definite facts. First, I mixed faith with the desire of normal hearing, which I passed out to my son. Second, I communicated my desire to him in every convincing way available through persistent, continuous effort over a period of years. Third, he believed me. Yeah, of course, he's going to believe you. Yeah, his mother. As this chapter was being completed, as news came from the death of MME, Shumanek, okay, one short paragraph in the News Dispatch gives the clue to his unusual woman's stupendous success as a singer. I quote this paragraph because the clue it contains is none other than desire. Okay, let's see what she has to say. Early in her career, MME Shumanhenk visited the director of the Vienna Court Opera to have him to test her voice, but he did not test the voice. Why? After taking one look at the awkward and poorly dressed girl, he exclaimed, "Oh, not too gently, with such a face, with no personality at all. How can you ever expect to succeed in opera?" My good child, give up the idea, man. Buy a sewing machine and go and get to work. What a discouraging statement. How could you succeed in the opera? Go and buy a sewing machine and get to work. You can never be a singer. You can with this your voice and this your dressing. They did not test voice, just by appearance. You can never be a singer. How do you know? Never is a long time. Yeah, the director of the Vienna Court Opera knew much about the technique of singing. He knew little about the power of desire when it assumes the proportion of an obsession. He had known more that power. He would not have made the mistake of condemning genius without giving it an opportunity. Several years ago, one of my business associates became ill. He became worse as time went on and finally was taken to the hospital for an operation. Okay, let's go. operation. Just before he was wheeled into the operating room, I took a look at him and wonder how anyone has thin and emaciated as he like could possibly go through a major operation successfully. Like, bro, like, oh my god, he was so broken, and maybe he was a little bit slim and slime, at the same time skinny. How can you go through that type of operation? Like, if you go, there's nothing left, you are gone. Then you are gone. Okay, the doctor warned me about the doctor warned me that there was a little of any chance of me ever the doctor said you can never doctor, you are very wicked. You are wicked. Why will you be telling someone's friend that the person that doctor, if I hear that thing, I'll come to your office. Okay. But that was the doctor's opinion. It was not the opinion of the patient. Yeah, of course. Just before he was wheeled away, he whispered feebly, "Do not be disturbed, Chief. I will be out here in few days." The attending nurse looked up at me with pity, but the patient did come through safety. After it was all over, his physician said nothing but his own desire to live saved him. He never would have pulled through if he had not refused to accept the possibility of death. Okay, yeah, for sure. If you are going through an operation, you have to accept death, because you don't know what's going to happen next. All right, you have to accept it first of all. Then once you accept it, and maybe you can be free. I don't know. I believe in the power of desire backed by faith. Yeah, because I have seen this power lift men from lowly beginnings to place of power and wealth. Yeah, I have seen power lift men from. I have seen it rob the grave of its victim. I have seen it serves as medium by which men staged a comeback after having been defeated in 100 different ways. I have seen it provide my own son with normal, happy life, successful, despite nature's having sent him into the world without ears, bro. Like, that shit is crazy, man. Like, bro. Hey, why is my phone not charging? Why is my phone not charging? Oh my, like, wait. I don't like shit, bro. Like, 33? What? Hey, oh my, oh, thanks for the likes, man. Oh, we have 2 likes now. 2 likes. Oh, that's crazy, man. Let's go. Why? God, no, God, please. Maybe the phone is too hot or something. I don't know. Oh shit. Oh, cold. What's all this, man? Okay. See, stop coming. Alright, cool. Thanks for the likes, guys. Thanks for the likes. I really appreciate you guys. Thank God. Just stay like that, stay like that. How can one harness and use the power of desire? This has not been answered through this and the subsequent chapter of this book. This messaging is going out to the world at the end of the longest and perhaps the most devastating depression Africa has ever known. Oh, it is reasonable to presume that the message may come to the attention of many who have been wounded by the depression, those who have lost their fortunes, others who have lost their positions, and great numbers who must recognize their plans and stage a comeback. Yeah, for sure, you gotta stay some comeback. Bro, like, what you doing, man? Come stand up, man. To all these, I wish I wish to convey the thought that all achievement, no matter what maybe its nature, okay, its purpose must begin with an intense burning desire for something. Okay. Mm-hmm. Through some stages and powerful principle of mental chemistry, which has never been divulged. 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 Okay. Nature wraps up in the impulse of strong desire. Something which recognizes no such word as impossible and accept no such reality as what failure. Now let's go to chapter 3. Listen attentively, oh my people. Faith visualization of and believe in attainment of desire. What does this mean? It means faith visualization and the belief in attainment of desire. That's the meaning. Now going to the subsequent chapter. Yes, chapter. Faith is the head of chemistry of the mind. When faith is blended with the vibration of thought, the subconscious mind instantly picks up the vibration. Translate it into a spiritual equivalent and transmit it into infinite intelligence. As in the case of prayer, the emotions of faith, love, and sex. Oh my wait, the emotions of love, the emotions of faith, love, and sex. The emotion of faith, love, and sex. The emotion of faith, love, and sex are the most important, powerful of all major possible. I swear to God, like faith, love, and sex. Oh my God, these are the most important, powerful, positive emotions you will ever experience. Wait, yeah, okay. When the three are blended, they have the effect of coloring the vibration of thought in such a way that it instantly reaches the subconscious mind, where it is changed into its spiritual equivalent, the only form that induces a response from the infinite intelligence. Infinite intelligence. Okay. Love and faith are psychic, related to the spiritual side of man. Sex is purely biological and related only to the physical, not physical. The mixing or blending of the three emotions has the effect of opening a direct line of communication between the infinite, between the finite, thinking mind of man, and the infinite intelligence. Okay. Hey, is this place here to explain science to me, Abi, or what? How to develop faith? There comes now a statement which will give you a better understanding of the importance of principle of autosuggestions, right? Assuming the transmutation of desire into the physical, right? Listen attentively. Listen and pay attention, okay? Into its physical or monetary equivalent. Namely, faith is a state of mind which may be induced or created by affirmation or repeated instruction to the subconscious mind through the principle of autosuggestion. I like this definition of faith. This is what we call definition of faith, like the daily repetition, the daily affirmation of instruction to your mind, telling it that this is it, telling it that, oh, see, forget anything that is happening, everything that has happened, everything that is about to happen. This is it. Put it in your mind. See, keep reading it, telling it that this is it. This is it. That is what faith is, and it will surely come to pass. You are talking it to your mind, because this mind is the vehicle of this body. The mind, send things to your mind. Your mind is actually absorbing it. Oh, really? Forget anything that is happening. Nature can be. Good morning. Oh, are you giving class? Yo, for sure, Polo. Polo, stay with me, Polo. Polo is here again. Polo, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Still with me. Still with me. Still with me, Polo. That is faith. That is the definition of faith. Definition of faith. Okay? Yeah. When the daily repetition, the daily repeat affirmation, everything to your subconscious mind. It's absorbing it. So don't think okay. As an illustration, consider the purpose for which you are presumably reading this book. The object is naturally to acquire the ability to transmute the intangible thought impulse of desire into the physical counterpart, money. By following the instruction laid down in the chapters on auto-suggestion, the subconscious mind, as summarized in the chapter on the What do you mean, like by following instruction laid down on chapter auto-suggestion in the physical counterpart auto-suggestion? You may convince this subconscious mind that you believe you will receive that for which you ask, and it will act upon that belief. When you can convince your subconscious mind. You can convince your subconscious mind to make things happen for you. Okay, and it will act upon it. That's why I say believe. When you believe, act upon it. You are in the form of faith, followed by the definite plans for procuring that which you desire. Okay. The method by which one develops faith, where it does not already exist, is extremely difficult to describe, almost as difficult, in fact, as it will be to describe the color of a red to a blind man who has never seen color before. And has nothing with which to compare what you describe to him. Faith is a state of mind which you may develop at will after you have mastered the 13 principles, because it is a state of mind which develops voluntarily through the application and the use of this principle. Number one, okay, they did not name it number one. I'm just repetition of affirmation. I say repetition of what? Affirmation. When you repeat affirmations daily. Repetition of affirmations of others to your subconscious mind in the only known method of voluntarily development of the emotional faith. 3 likes. Oh my god. Thanks for the likes, guys. Thank you for the likes. I really appreciate it. I love. Take some massive shot of kiss. I love you guys. Repetition of affirmations of others to your subconscious mind in the only known method of voluntarily development of the emotion of the emotions of faith. Perhaps the meaning may be made clearer through the following explanation as to the way some men sometimes becomes criminal, or stated in the words of a famous criminologist, when men first came into the contact with crime, they abhor it. If they remain in contact with crime for a time, they become accustomed to it. Are you and it endure it, and if they remain in contact with it long enough, they finally embrace it and become influenced by it. What are you telling me? What are you telling me? Polo, stay with me, Polo. You see, this is the equivalent of saying that any impulse of thought which is repeatedly passed onto the subconscious mind is finally accepted and acted upon by the subconscious mind, which proceeds to translate that impulse into its physical equivalent by the most practical procedure available. In connection with this, consider again the statement, all thoughts which have been emotionalized, given feelings, and mixed with faith, begin immediately to translate themselves into the physical equivalent of the word counterpart. Let me explain this part to you, because I know you really did not understand me. It means in the connection with this, consider again the statement, like all thoughts that have been emotionalized, like when you feel something and give it your feeling, there's a difference between feeling and giving it your feeling. When you feel and give it your feeling, that means you have mixed it with faith. You already believe in it, and you have started manifesting from your spiritual and giving it the physical and giving it the physical equivalent to the counterpart. If you do not understand, let me know. Let me know. I will go back. Okay. The emotions or the feeling portions of thought are the factors which give thought vitality, life, and actions. The emotions of faith, love, and sex, when mixed with any thought impulse, give it a greater action than any emotions can do singly. Like when you mix these three emotions, when you mix them together, it can give greater reaction and actions more than each of them can give singularly. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you understand, let me know in the chat. Not only thought impulses have been mixed with faith, but those which have been mixed with any of the positive emotions. Or any of the negative emotions may reach and influence the subconscious mind. From this statement, you will understand the subconscious mind will always translate into its physical equivalent a thought impulse of a negative or destructive nature, just as readily as it will act upon thought impulse of a positive constructive nature. Stay with me, Polo. Stay with me, Favela. Stay with me. Stay with me. This accounts for the for the strange phenomenon which so many millions of people experience, referred to as misfortune or bad luck. There are millions of people who believe themselves doomed to poverty and failure. Because of this, some strange force over which they believe have no control. They are the creators of their own misfortunes because of this negative belief, which is picked up by the subconscious mind and translated into its physical equivalent. This is an appropriate place at which suggests again that you may benefit by passing on to your subconscious mind any desire which you wish translated into its physical. You see what I'm telling you. Anything you wish you want, like you this is like an appropriate place which you can use to pass informations. You can use to pass affirmations to your subconscious mind and tell it, this is what I want, or this is what you should be going through. Like any desire you want, and it will start transforming into its physical equivalent. Like the weight of the ones that you have in your subconscious is transferring into the physical. God. That's why they say think and what grow it. Okay. Your belief. Which may be translated into its physical or monetary equivalent in a state of expectancy or belief that meant which determines the actions of I'm going to the market to buy coffee. Okay, no problem, right? No problem. To make this deceit, there is nothing to oh my God. Okay, your belief or faith is the element which determines the subconscious. There is nothing to hinder you from deceiving your subconscious mind and giving it instruction through auto-suggestions. You see, auto-suggestion. As I deceived my son's subconscious mind, you see, you can deceive your mind. You can deceive your subconscious mind. You can deceive your mind, telling it, see, this is not it, this is not it, this is by telling it daily, by talking to it daily. Do you understand what I mean? No, but you're not seeing me very well. Now you can see me. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. So now let's go. To make this deceit more realistic, conduct yourself just as you would if you were already in possession of the material things you are demanding. So okay. Now let's say I want to have $500 million, because you must name it. Don't just say I want to have money. You can have money, you can have small money. So just say name it. Name that thing, okay? Yeah, I want 500 million. So $500 million. Then let me assume I'm already seeing myself having it, okay? When you call upon your subconscious mind, okay, let's say, yeah, I'm having this $500 million now. You see, you are telling it, I'm having this 500. So every single day you are saying it. But you will walk towards it. No, don't come and say subconscious mind and talk to it. Yeah, but you have to picture yourself. You have to picture yourself. Picture yourself with that thing. And your subconscious mind will work and magnet you to that thing, like magnet like this. Magnet you to that thing. Okay, let's go. The subconscious mind will transmute into its physical equivalent by the most direct and practical media available. Any order which is given to it, which is given to it in a state of belief or faith that order will be carried out. Surely enough has been stated to give a starting point from which may through experience and practice acquire ability to mix faith with any given direction. Subconscious mind perfectly will come with conscious and through the patient and practice of subconscious mind. Somebody say power in the comment. 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 Say power in the comment. Surely enough has been stated to a given point from which one may through perfection will come through practice. Oh, that one is for sure. Perfection will come through practice. You must practice. Perfection comes through practice. It cannot come by merely reading instructions, you see. It will never come by merely reading instructions. No. If it be true that one may become a criminal by association with crime, and this is a known fact, it is factually equally true that one may develop faith by voluntarily suggestion to the subconscious mind that one has faith. Oh, come on. Somebody say faith in this. Everybody spam faith in the chat. Spam faith. I'm saying is spam that faith. Spam faith. The mind comes finally to take on the nature of the influences which dominate it. Understand this truth and you will know why it is essential for you to encourage the positive emotions as dominating force of your mind, okay? Never allow the negative thoughts to dominate your mind and eliminate negative emotions. Eliminate negative emotions. Eliminate negative emotions. Eliminate negative emotions. Eliminate it. And let the positive ones and the faith and let them dominate your subconscious mind if you want things to come to the physical equivalent of the subconscious mind. A mind dominated by positive emotions becomes a favorable adobe for the state of mind known as faith. A mind so dominated may at will give the subconscious mind instructions which it will accept and act upon immediately. If your mind is fully aggregated and fully dominated by the negative emotions, negative subconscious affirmations, when it gives the affirmations to the subconscious mind and it starts to act upon it immediately, you will not like yourself. You will not like yourself. Now, going to another subsequent chapter, okay? Faith is a state of mind which may be induced by autosuggestion, okay? Autosuggestion. All down the ages, the religions have admonished struggling humanity to have faith in this, that, and the other dogma or creed, but they have failed to tell people how to have faith. They have not stated that faith is a state of mind and that it may be induced by self-suggestion. They did not tell you that state is a state of mind. You see this thing that I'm doing now? I'm seeing it visibly. Like I just close my eyes, I see it, elasticating. That's a state of mind. You believe, you have faith, you know that something is going to, like, that's in language which any normal being can understand. We will describe all that is known about the principle through which faith may be developed where it is not already exist. Have faith in yourself, have faith in the infinite. Before we begin, you should be reminded again that faith is the external elixir which gives life, power, and action to impulse on thoughts. The foregoing sentence is worth reading a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time, even fifth, sixth, seventh time, third, 10th time. It is worth reading aloud. Faith is the starting point of all accumulations of riches. Faith, you start having faith that, see, I must get $500 billion, 100 million, $1 million trillion. I must have it. You already have the faith. You are speaking to your subconscious mind, telling it this is what you want. This is what we are going to. This is what you should be like. This is what you should possess. Yeah, that's the. Possess this $500 million. Possess it. Every single morning you read it aloud. Possess it. Carry it in your body. Read it. Swallow it. Drink it. Use water and flush it down. Faith is the basics of all miracles and all mysteries which cannot be analyzed by the rules of science. That is faith. I'm telling you, faith. You see, faith starts like before miracle. You will see faith. Before miracle, you will see faith. Faith. Before miracle, you will see faith, because when you have faith, miracle can happen. If you don't have the miracle to happen, where are you from? Are you from Mars or Jupiter or Uranus? Faith is the faith. Science cannot comprehend faith. Science will never comprehend faith. Oh. Science can never, because things that faith can do, things that miracle can do, faith has already done it before miracle now accomplish it into the physical. You see how I connected the dots? You see, you connect the dots. Faith, miracle, they work in hand. You must first have faith have already done it. Then miracle brings it into perfection, into the physical equivalent of your faith. God, this book. Faith is the only known antidote for failure. Faith is the only known antidote for failure, okay? Faith is the element, the chemical, which when mixed with prayer gives one direct communication with infinite intelligence. Gives someone communication with infinite intelligence. Why are you saying infinite intelligence? Say God. What is chemical? Faith is the element. Yeah, faith can be element, Okay, let's say this one is in the science aspect, okay? Yeah, that's it. Faith is the element, the chemical, which when mixed with prayer, when you mix prayer with faith and prayer, when you mix the two of them together, that's when it gives you direct communication with infinite intelligence, and it brings into your physical equivalent from your subconscious mind. Faith is the element which transforms the ordinary vibrations of thought created by the finite mind of man into the spiritual. Faith. Everybody have faith too. Have faith. Polo, stay with me. Polo, have faith. Okay. Faith is the only agency through which the cosmic force of infinite intelligence can be harnessed and used by man. This one is deep. Faith is the only agency through which the cosmic force, like from your faith to something that but it's not in existence, like face of which like the cosmic force, a force. Let's say something, that something. How will I explain this? Cause a cosmic force you have like the faith is the one connecting to the cosmic force. You know what is a cosmic force? A cosmic force is a force that has all it's already been there, but it's it just needs the faith to manifest to show itself. All right, just as miracle, but this one is cosmic force. When you attach the faith to it, every one of the foregoing statement is capable of proof. Okay, the proof is simple and easily demonstrated. It is wrapped up in the principle of auto-suggestion. Let us center our attention therefore upon the subject of self-suggestion and find out what it is and what it is capable of achieving. It is a well-known fact that comes finally to believe whatever one repeats to oneself, whether the statement is to be true or false. If a man repeats a lie over and over, he will eventually accept the lie as truth. Wow, this book is touching the mind. That's the mind is the center of everything. The mind for anything to come out. The mind. If you lie to yourself every time, like you are telling yourself, like you are repeating a particular thing to yourself, your body, this body, like it doesn't how will I put it now? Like it doesn't know the difference between what is good and bad. It's only your mind that knows what is good and bad. So when you are telling this body, when you are repeating it to yourself, telling it, hey, this is it, it's going to accept. It is 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 going to accept. So when you are saying bad about yourself, it is accepting it, or it is registering it into your He will believe it to be the truth. Every man is what he is because of the dominating thoughts. You see, the dominating thoughts, the good, the positive, and the negative. Which one is dominating in your mind? Which one is dominating? Is it the negative or the positive? You know what you are. Let me know under the comment in the chat. What am I saying? Comment section. This is not a video. Thoughts which a man can deliberately dominating thoughts which he permits to occupy his mind. You see what I'm saying? Thoughts which can deliberately places in his own mind and encourages with sympathy, and with which he mixes any one or more of this emotion, constitute the motivating force which direct and control his every moment, act and deed. Comes now a very significant statement of truth. Listen attentively. Don't skip anything. If you are looking at like this before, listen now. Like, see, you see, look like this. Look like this. Be looking at the screen so you will not miss any. You will not miss anyone. Thoughts which are mixed with any of the feelings of emotions. Thoughts which are mixed with any feelings of the emotion. I tell you that there's something that like you are feeling, you are feeling something, and there's another thing that you are giving it your feelings. You feel something and you are giving it your feelings. When you are giving something your feelings, means that you are pouring yourself into it. You are giving it emotions. Like, I don't know if you understand. Like you are giving it some feelings. You are giving it to making it more reasonable. Constitute the thoughts. Okay, let me start again. Thoughts which are mixed with any of the feelings of emotions constitute a magnetic force which attracts from the vibrations of the ether or similar or related thoughts. You see, a magnetic force, you see, a magnetic force, you see, a magnetic force, you see, a magnetic force. A thought, thus magnetized with emotion, can be compared to a seed which, when planted in fertile soil, germinates, grows, and multiplies itself over and over, until which was originally one small seed becomes countless millions of seeds of the same brand. You see, The ether is a great cosmic mass of eternal force of vibration. It is made up of both destructive vibration and constructive vibrations. It carries at all times vibrations of fear, poverty, disease, failure, misery, vibrations of poverty, prosperity, health, success, happiness is just as purely as it is carries all the sounds of hundreds of orchestrations of music, hundreds of human voices, all of which maintain their own individuality and means of identification through the medium of a radio. You see, so you cannot see it, but it's already there. From the great storehouse of the ether, the human mind is constantly attracting vibration which harmonize with that which dominates the human mind. Any thought, idea, plan, or purpose which one holds in mind attracts from the vibration of the ether as a host of its relatives, adds these relatives to its own force and grows it until it becomes dominating, moving, motivating masters of the individual in whose mind it has been housed. You see, now let us go back to the starting point and confirm and become informed too as how the original seed of an idea, plan, purpose may be planted in mind. The information is easily conveyed. Any idea, plan, or purpose may be placed in the mind through the repetition of thought. This is why you are asked to write out statement of major purpose, definite chief aim, commit it to the memory, and repeat it in audible words day after day until the vibrations of the sound have reached your subconscious mind. You see, when you speak, you constantly speak, it's a vibration, a frequency, like orchestrations of music that are going into your subconscious mind. Like when you are saying, like this thing that I'm saying, as I'm reading all these things, it's going into my mind, it's going into my subconscious mind. They are digesting it, I'm feeding them first. Anything you are saying, you are feeding your subconscious mind. Anything that is coming out from your mouth, any music, anything is feeding your subconscious mind. A collections of vibrations of those sounds are feeding your subconscious mind before they come to your physical equivalent of it. What we are. We are what we are. Yeah, we are what we are. Because of these vibrations of thoughts, we pick up and register through the stimuli of our daily environment. Oh God. Why did you make me read this book? I'm starting to, oh God, why did you make me read this book? What we are because of the vibrations of the thoughts we pick up and register through the stimuli of daily environment. Resolve to throw off the influence of any unfortunate environment and to build your own life to order. Taking inventory of mental assets and liabilities, you will discover that your greatest weakness is lack of self-confidence. This handicap can be surmounted and timidity translated into courage. Through the aid of principle of auto-suggestion, the application of the principle may be made through a simple arrangement of the positive throughout impulse stated in writing, memorized and repeated until they become a part of the working equipment of the subconscious mind faculty of mind. Self-confidence formula. Okay, first, I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite purpose in life. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, consistent actions towards its attainment, and here and now promise to render such action. First, you know that you have the ability, you are confident, you know that, oh, this is an definite purpose. Say definite. When you say definite, you are specific purposes. Because you can say I want money and you may have $100, okay, whereas you want $100 million. So definite. Second, I realize the dominating thoughts of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward physical actions, gradually transform themselves into the physical reality before I will concentrate my thoughts for 30 minutes daily upon the task of thinking of the person I intend to become, thereby creating in mind a clear mental picture of that person. I realize the dominating thought of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward, like what you house in your mind, what you the emotions, the vibrations you housed in your subconscious mind. Once you already know which one is, it the negative or the bad ones, because you know that they are going to reproduce themselves into the physical outward. They will reproduce themselves. Okay. Thirdly, I know through the principle of auto-suggestion, any desire that I persistently hold in my mind will eventually seek expression through some practical means of attaining the object back of it. Therefore, I will devote 10 minutes daily to demanding myself of the development of self-confidence. I fully realize that no wealth or position can long endure unless built upon trust and justice. Before I will engage into transaction which does not benefit all whom it affects. I will succeed by attracting to myself the forces I wish to use and cooperation of other people. I will induce others to serve me. Because of my willingness to serve others, I will eliminate hatred. We will work hand in hand. I will bow, you will bow. I will eliminate hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and cynicism by developing love for all humanity. Because I know that a negative attitude towards others can bring me success. And I will cause others to believe in me because I will believe in them and in myself. Hey. I will sign my name to this formula, commit it to memory, and repeat it out loud once a day with full faith, and it will gradually influence my thoughts and actions so that I will become a self-reliant and a successful person. So number one, first, you know that you already have the confidence of your definite purpose, of your definite like that thing. Second, you realize that the dominating the vibrations, this thing that you are housing in your mind, which one is higher, which one has the higher head, the positive or the low, the positive or the negative. Okay. And the third, you know that through the principle of auto-suggestion, like the desire you hold daily, we make your subconscious mind to work and demand self-confidence and development daily. It will always be developing. God. I will sign my name to this formula, commit it to memory, and repeat it out loud once a day with full faith, and it will gradually influence my thoughts and actions so that I will become a self-reliant and successful person. Back of this formula is a law of nature which no man has yet been able to explain. It has baffled the scientists of all ages. The psychologists have named this law auto-suggestion, and let it go at that. So they just have the name as auto-suggestion. They do not have any other name for it. Okay. The name by which one calls this law is of little importance. The important fact about it works for the glory and success of mankind if it is used constructively. On the other hand, if used destructively, it will destroy just as readily. In this statement may be found a very significant truth, namely that those who go down in defeat and end their lives in poverty, misery, distress, do so because of negative applications of the principle of auto-suggestion. You are always auto-suggesting to negative vibrations, negative affirmations, negative self-reflections. God, don't allow me to die in poverty. The name by which one calls is okay. Auto-suggestion. The cause may be found in the fact that all impulses of thought have a tendency to clothe themselves in physical equivalent. You see, the cause may be found in fact that all impulse of thought are what? Love, faith, and what? Sex. All these things, when you mix all of them together, you have a high reactions of what? Emotions and feelings. You see, so all of them have the high tendency to clothe themselves in a physical equivalent, but only if you put it in the positive. The positive one is much higher than the negative, because if they come to the physical equivalent and it's negative, it's bad for you. It's bad for you. The subconscious mind, the chemical laboratory in which all thoughts, impulses are combined and made ready for translations into physical reality. You see, the subconscious mind, the chemical laboratory in which all thoughts, impulses are combined and made ready for translation into physical reality, makes no distinction between constructive and destructive thought impulse. It works with the materials we feed. You see, we feed it through our thought impulse. The subconscious mind will translate into a reality a thought driven by fear just as readily as it will translate into reality as a thought driven by courage or faith. The page of medical history are rich with illustrations of cases of suggestive suicide. A man may commit that thing through a negative suggestion. That's a negative auto-suggestion. That's why people do that thing. Negative auto-suggestion. Just as effectively as by any other means. In a Midwestern city, a man by name of Joseph Grant, a bank official, borrowed a large sum of bank's money. Without the consent of the director, he lost the money through gambling. Oh shit. Oh my God. He lost the money through gambling. You borrow money from bank and go and play gamble. Let me catch you there. You borrow money from bank and go and play gamble. That is negative auto-suggestion. That is negative what? Auto-suggestion. One afternoon, the bank examiner came back and began to check the accounts. Grant left the bank, took a room in a local hotel, and when they found him, 3 days later, he was lying in bed, wailing and mourning, repeating over and over, my God, this will kill me. I cannot start this sickness in extra time. He was there. You borrow money from the bank, you lost it through gambling, then you went and go and rent hotel. You were lying down on the bed and shouting, oh my God, this thing will kill me, oh, this will kill me. I cannot stand the disgrace. So within a short period of time, you are, Okay. The doctors pronounced the case of, the doctor pronounced the case one of mental suicide. Wow. Just as electricity will turn the wheels of industry and render useful service if used constructively, or snuff out life if wrongly used, so will the law of auto-suggestion lead you to peace and prosperity. Damn. Auto-suggestion. Lead you to peace and prosperity, or down into the valley of misery, failure, and death, according to your degree of misunderstanding and application of the auto-suggestion. You see, if you fill your mind with fear, doubt, and unbelief in your ability to connect and use these forces of infinite intelligence, the law of auto-suggestion will take this spirit of unbelief and use it as a pattern by which your subconscious mind will translate into its physical equivalent. See, as from today on, anything fear, I've removed it from my life. I have removed it from my life. Anything fear. Because when you are fearing, you are constantly feeding your subconscious mind to trigger the auto-suggestion, so that it's good. Okay, let's move on to the next subsequent chapter. This statement is as true as the statement that this statement is as true as the statement that two and two are four. Two and two are four. Okay, like the wind carries one ship east, like the ship carries one wind, like the wind, like the wind carries one ship east and another west. The law of auto-suggestion will lift you up or pull you down according to the way you set your sails of thoughts. So they have the law of auto-suggestion. So let's say the law of auto-suggestion is the state whereby the like, oh shit, how am I going to explain this? The law of auto-suggestion is whereby your mind is being triggered by the, like your mind is being triggered by the vibrations. Your mind is being triggered by the vibrations of one between the negative and positive energies, like in your subconscious mind, and thereby forming anyone that has the higher chance of giving you the same, triggering the one that has the higher stand of bringing themselves into the physical equivalent, like auto-suggestion. The law of auto-suggestion, through which any persons may rise to altitude of the achievement which stagger the imaginations, is well described in the following. If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win but you think you can't, it's almost certain you won't. If you think you will lose, you are lost. For out of the world we find success begins with a fellow's will. It's all the state of mind. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. You have to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. You have to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. You have to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Be sure of yourself. If you think you are outclassed, you are. If you think high to rise, you've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Okay, life's battle don't always go to the stronger or faster man, but soon or late, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. Yeah, for sure. But soon or late, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. Observe the words which comes from being emphasized. Emphasize, and you will catch up. And you will catch the deep meaning which the poet had in mind. Somewhere in your makeup, perhaps in the cells of your brain, there lies sleeping the seeds of achievement, which, if aroused and put into action, will carry you to heights such as you may never have hoped to attain. Just as a musician may cause the most beautiful strings of music to pour forth from the strings of a violin, so may you arouse the genius which lies asleep in your brain and cause it to drive you upward to whatever goal you may wish to achieve. Abraham Lincoln was a failure at everything he tried until he was well past the age of 40. Jesus. He was a Mr. Nobody from nowhere until a great experience came into his life, aroused the sleeping genius within his heart and brain, and gave the world one of its really great men. The experience was mixed with the emotions of sorrow and love. It came to him through Anne Rutledge, the only woman whom he ever truly loved. Anne Rutledge, what's up? It is a known fact that emotions of love is closely akin to the state of mind known as faith, and is the reason that love comes very near to translating one's thoughts impulse into their spiritual equivalent. During this work of research, the author discovered from the analysis of the life and achievement of hundreds of men outstanding accomplishments that there was the influence of a woman's love back of nearly everyone's one of them. The emotion of love in the human heart and brain creates a favorable field of magnetic attractions, which causes an influx of higher and finer vibrations which are afloat in the ether. If you wish evidence of the power of faith, study the achievements of men and women who have employed it. At the head of the list comes Nazarene. Christianity is the greatest single force which influences the minds of men. The basis of the Christianity is faith. Yeah, no matter how many people may have perverted or misinterpreted the meaning of the great force, and no matter how many dogmas and creeds have been created in its name which do not reflect its tenets. The sum and substance of the teaching and achievement of Christ, which may have been interpreted as miracles, were nothing more not less than faith. If there are only such phenomena, miracles are produced by only through the state of mind known as faith. You see, I told you before that miracles are produced by only through the state of mind known as faith. That's faith has already done it, but miracle bring it into the physical equivalent. Faith has already done it, and miracle is not just something that happens. You have to have faith before miracle happen. You have to, like, your faith must be strong. Like those vibrations must be it must be strong. The sum and substance of teaching, faith. Some teachers of religions and many who call themselves Christian neither understand nor practice faith. That's true. Let us consider the power of faith as it is knowing. It's now being demonstrated by a man who is well known to all civilization, Mahatma Gandhi. I love this man, Mahatma Gandhi of India. As I just pronounced this name, I remember that time I think we were in secondary school. I don't remember the class, but the Mahatma Gandhi was one, like, a great man in India at that time. Like, it was, I know him. You know, when they were mentioning all those great men in the world, people that like they did, I just, like, you see, I only see this Mahatma and I just say Gandhi before I even look. I saw Gandhi of India. In this man, the world has one of the most outstanding examples known to civilization of the possibility of faith. Gandhi wields more potential power than any man living at this time, and this despite the fact that he has none of the orthodox tools of power, such as money, battleships, soldiers, and warfare, and materials of warfare. Gandhi, he has no money, he has no home, he does not own a suit of clothes, but he does have power. How does he come by that power? He created it out of his understanding of the principle of faith and through his ability to transplant that faith into the minds of 200 million people. That's those Indians. That's Indians. Okay. Gandhi has accomplished through the influence of faith that which the strongest military power on earth could not. and never will accomplish through soldiers and military equipment. He has accomplished the outstanding feat of influencing 200 million people, 200 million minds to collapse and move in unison as a single mind. Jesus. What other force on earth except faith could do as much? There will come a day when employees as well as employers will discover the possibilities of faith, and that day is dawning. The whole world has had ample opportunity during the recent business depressions to witness what the lack of faith will do to business. Surely civilizations has produced a sufficient number of intelligent human beings to make sure of the greatest lessons which the depression has taught the world. During the depression, the world had evidence in abundance that whispered that widespread fear will paralyze the wheels of industry and businesses. Out of this experience will arise leaders in business and industry who will profit by example which Gandhi has set for the world, and they will apply to the business and the tactics which has used in building the greatest follow known in the history of the world. These leaders will come from the rank and the file of the unknown men who now labor in the steel plants and coal mines, the automobile factories, and in the small towns and cities of America. Business is due for a reform. Make no mistake about this. The methods of the past based upon economic combinations of force and fear will be supplanted by the better principles of faith and cooperation. Men who labor will receive more than daily wages. They will receive dividends from businesses, the same as those who supply the capital for business. But first, they must give more to their employers and stop this bickering and bargaining by force at the expense of the public, and they must earn the right to dividends. Moreover, this is the more important thing of all. They will be led by leaders who will understand and apply the principle employed by Mahatma Gandhi, only in the way many leaders get from their followers and spirits of full cooperation, and constitute power in the highest and most enduring form. This stupendous machine in which we live and from which we are emerging has taken the soul out of men. Its leaders have driven men as though they were pieces of gold machinery. They were forced to do so by the employees who have bargained at the expenses of all concerned to get and not to give. The watchword of the future will be human happiness and contentment. And when this state of mind shall have been attained, the production will take care of itself more effectively than anything that has ever been accomplished, where men did not and could not mix faith and individual interest with their labor. Because of the need for faith and cooperation in operating business and industry, it will be both interesting and profitable to analyze an event which provides an excellent understanding of the methods by which industrialists and businessmen accumulate great fortunes by giving before trying to get. So you must give before trying to get. Okay, the event chosen for this illustration dates back to 1900s when the United Steel Corporation was being formed. As you read the story, keep in mind these fundamental facts and you will understand how ideas have been converted into huge fortunes. When you dream, your dreams becomes the reality. Your dreams are being formed, your realities are being formed from your dreams. Okay, so the event of first, the huge United States Steel Corporation was born in the mind of Charles M. Schwab Schwab in the form of an idea he created through his imagination. Second, he mixed faith with his idea. Third, he formulated a plan in this transformation of his idea into physical and financial reality. He formulated a plan for the transformation of his idea into physical and financial reality. Fourth, he put his plan into action with his famous speech at the University Club. He applied and followed through his plan with persistence and backed it with firm decision until it had been fully carried out. He applied and followed through his plan on his basic. Okay. Sixth, he prepared the way for success by a burning desire for success. A burning desire, like, see, the desire you have to succeed, will be burning through your mind like a fire 247. No, nothing will be occupying your mind again except that success, except how to do it. Then after those, as those things were burning, you have to make plans to go towards it. You have to make plans. Because if you do not make plans, how will they come to your reality? They will never come. If you are one of those who have been often wondered how great fortunes are accumulated, this story of creation of United States will be enlightening. If you have any doubt that men can think and grow rich, this story should dispel that doubt, because you can plainly see in the history of United States Steel, the application of a major portion of the 13 principles described in this book. This outstanding description of the power of an idea was dramatically told by John Lowell in the New York World Telegram. With those courtesy, it is here reprinted. Okay. A pretty after dinner speech for $1 billion. All right. When on the evening of December 12, 1900, some 80 of the nation's financial nobility gathered in a banquet hall of the University Club of Fifth Avenue to do honor to a young man from out of the West, not half a dozen of the guests realized they were to witness the most significant episode in American industrial history. J. Edward Simmons and Charles Stewart Smith, their hearts full of gratitude for the lavish hospitality bestowed on them by Charles M. Schwab during a recent visit to Pittsburgh, arranged the dinner to introduce the 38-year-old Stillman to Eastern Banking Society, but they did not expect him to stampede the convention. They want him. In fact, that the bosom within New York Stock Shares would not be responsive to oratory, and that if he did not want to bore the Stillans and Harrimans and Vanderbilts, he had better limit himself to 15 or 20 minutes of polite vaporings and let go at that. Even John Pierpont Morgan, sitting on the right hand of Schwab's, as became his imperial dignity, intend to grace the banquet table with presence only briefly, and so far as the press and public were concerned, the whole affair was of the little moment, and that no mention of it found in its way into print the next day. So the two hosts and their distinguished guests at their way through the usual 7 or 8 courses. There was little conversation, and that there was of it was restrained. A few of the bankers and brokers had met Schwab, whose career had flowered along the banks of the Monongahela, and none knew him well. But before the evening was over, they and with them Money Master Morgan were to be swept off their feet, and $1 billion baby. Oh, $1 billion baby. Oh, so this person, okay. The United States Steel Corporation was to be conceived. It is perhaps unfortunate for the sake of history that no record of Charlie Schwab's speech at the dinner was ever made. Oh, he repeated some parts of it at a later date during a similar meeting. Of Chicago's banker, and still later when the government brought suit to dissolve the Steel Trust. He gave his own version. Yeah, for sure, he had to. From the witness stand of the remarks, and they stimulated Morgan into a frenzy of financial activities. This phone is fucking hot. Let me point this thing at it. It is probably, however, that it was a homely speech, somewhat ungrammatical, for the nice styles of language never bothered Schwab, full of epigram and threaded with wit. But aside from that, it had a galvanic force and effect upon the 5 billions of estimated capital that was presented by diners. After it was over and the gathering was still under its spell, although Schwab had talked for 90 minutes, Morgan led the orator to a recessed window where dangling their legs from the high, uncomfortable seats they talked for an hour more. The magic of Schwab personality had been turned on full force, but was more important than lasting was full-fledged. Clear-cut program he laid down for the arrangement of steel. Many other men tried to interest Morgan in slapping together a steel trust after the pattern of the biscuits, wire and hoop, sugar, rubber, whiskey, oil, or chewing gum combinations. John W. Gates, the gambler, had urged it, but Morgan distracted him. The Moore boys, Bills and Jim, Chicago stock jobbers, who had glued together a mass trust and a cracker corporation, had urged it and failed. Albert H. Gary, the sanctimonious country lawyer, wanted to foster it, but it wasn't big enough to be impressive until Schwab's eloquence took J.P. Morgan to the heights from which he could visualize the solid result of most daring financial undertaking ever conceived. The project was regarded as a delirious dream of easy money crackpots. The financial magnetism that began a generation ago to attract thousands of small and sometimes inefficiently managed companies came into large and competition-crushing combinations had become operative in the steel world. Through the devices of that jovial business private, John W. Gates already had formed the American Steel and Wire Corporation out of a chain of small concerns, and together with Morgan had created the Federal Steel Company. The National Tool and American Bridge companies were two more Morgan concerns, and the Moore brothers had forsaken the match and cookie business from the American group template, Steel Hope, Sheet Steel, and National Steel Company. But by the start of Andrew Carnegie gigantic vertical trust, a trust owned and operated by 53 partners. Those other combinations were Picayune, whatever you want to call Picayune. They might be combined to their heart's content, but the whole lot of them could not make a dent in the Carnegie's organization, and Morgan knew it. The eccentric old, you guys reloaded my hours. So it was the eccentric old Scot knew it too. From the magnificent heights of Sikibu Castle, he had viewed first with amusement and then with resentment the attempts of Morgan's smaller companies to cut into his business. When the attempts became too bold, Carnegie's temper was translated into anger and retaliation. He decided to duplicate every mill owned by his rivals. Hitherto, he hadn't been interested in wire, pipe, ropes, or sheet. Instead, he was content to sell such companies the raw steel and let them work into whatever shapes they wanted. Now, with Schwab as the chief and able lieutenant, he planned to drive his enemies to the wall. So it was that in the speech of Charles M. Schwab, Morgan saw that to his problem of combination, a trust Carnegie giant of them all would be no trust at all. A plum pudding, as one writer said, without the plums. Schwab's speech on the 9th of December 12, 1900, undoubtedly carried the inference through not the pledge that the vast Carnegie's enterprise could be bought under the Morgan tent. He talked of the world future of steel, of recognition, of efficiency, of specialization, of the scrapping of unsuccessful mills, and concentration of effort on the flourishing properties, economics in the oil office, the oil office of economics in overhead and administrative departments of capturing foreign markets. More than that, he told buccaneers, among them wherein lay the errors of their customary piracy. Their purpose, he inferred bad being to create monopolies, raise prices, and pay themselves fat dividends out of privilege. Schwab condemned this system in his heartiest manner and short-sightedness of such a policy. He told his hearers, lay in the fact that it restricted the market in an era when everything cried for expansion. By cheapening the cost of steel, he argued, and expanding markets would be created, more uses for steel would be devised, and a goodly portion of the world trade could be captured. Actually, though he didn't know it here. And he was like, yeah, Schwab was an apostle of modern mass production. Modern mass production. So the dinner at the university club came to an end. Morgan went home to think about Schwab's rosy prediction. Schwab went back to Pittsburgh, to run the steel business for Andra Carnegie, while Gary and the rest went back to their stock tickers to fiddle around in anticipation of the next move. It was not long coming. It took Morgan about 1 week to digest the feast of Schwab had placed before him when he reassured himself that no financial indigestion was to result. He sent for Schwab and found that young man rather coy Mr. Carnegie. Schwab indicated might not like it if he found his trusted company president had been flirting with the Emperor of Wall Street, the street upon which Carnegie was resolved to never tread. Then it was suggested by John W. Gates and the go-between that if Schwab's happened to be in the Bellevue Hotel in Philadelphia, JP Morgan might also happen to be there when Schwab's arrived. However, Morgan was inconveniently ill at his New York home, and so on the elder man's pressing invitation, Schwab went to New York and presented himself at the door of the Financier's Library. Now, certain economic historians have professed the belief that from the beginning to the end of the drama, the stage was set by Andrew Carnegie, that the dinner to Schwab, the famous speech, the Sunday night conference, The Sunday night conference between Schwab and the Money King were events arranged by the Carney's court. The truth is exactly the opposite. When Schwab was called in to consummate the deal, he didn't even know whether the little boss Andrew was called would so much as listen to an offer to sell, particularly to a group of men who Andrew regarded as being endowed with something less than holiness. But Schwab didn't take shit of copper plate figures representing to his mind the physical worth and potential earning capacity of every steel company he regarded as an essential star in the new metal firmament. Four men pondered over the figures all night. The chief, of course, was Morgan, steadfast in the belief in the divine right of money. With him was his aristocratic partner Robert Bacon, a scholar and a gentleman. The third was John W. Gates, whom Morgan scorned as a gambler and used as a tool. Oh shit. The fourth was Schwab, who knew more about processes of making and selling steel than any group of men then living. Throughout the conference, the Pittsburgh's figures were never questioned. If he said a company was worth so much, then it was worth that much and no more. He was insistent too, like upon including the combination of those concerned he nominated, he had convinced a corporation in which he would be no duplication, not even to satisfy the greed of friends who wanted to unload their companies upon the broad Morgan shoulders. Thus, he left out by design a number of large concerns upon which the Wellaris and carpenters of Wall Street had cast hungry eyes. When dawn came, Morgan rose and straightened his back. Only one question remained: do you think you can persuade Andrew Carnegie to sell? Yes, I can try. Yes, said Carnegie. Yes, said Schwab. If you can get him to sell, I will undertake the matter, said Morgan. Okay, so far so good, but would Carnegie sell? How much would he demand? Schwab thought about $320 million. Hey, what about what would he take payment in common, or what would he take payment in? Okay, common or preferred stock, bonds, cash? Nobody would raise a third of $1 billion in cash. Yeah, that's true. There was a golf game in January on the frost-cracking hills of St. Andrews, links in Westchester, with Andrew bundled up in sweaters against the cold and Charlie talking volubly as usual to keep his spirits up, but no words of business was mentioned until the pair sat down in the cozy warmth of the Carnegie's cottage hard by. Then, with the same persuasiveness that hypnotized 80 millionaires at the University Club, Schwab poured out the glittering promises of retirement and comfort of untold millions to satisfy the old men's social caprices. Carnegie capitulated, wrote a figure. Poured out glittering promises of untold millions of capitulated, wrote a figure on a slip of paper, handed it to Schwab and said, "All right, that's what we sell for." The figure was approximately $400 million and was reached by taking the $320 million mentioned by Schwab as a basic figure and adding to it 80 million to represent the increased capital value over the previous 2 years. Later, on the deck of a transatlantic liner, the Scotsman said hopefully to Morgan, "I wish I had as if you had asked for it, you would have gotten it, Morgan told him cheerfully. Wow. There was an uproar, of course. A British correspondent cabled that the foreign steel world was appalled by the gigantic combination. President Hadley of Yale declared that unless trust were regulated, the country might expect an emperor in Washington within the next 25 years. But that's able to stop manipulator. King went at his work of showing the new stock at the public so vigorously that all the excess water, estimated by some at nearly $600 million, was absorbed in a twinkling. So Carnegie had his millions, and Morgan Syndicate had $62 million for all its trouble, and all the boys from Gates to Gary had their millions. The 38-year-old Schwab had his reward. He was made president of the new corporation and remained in control until 1930. The dramatic story of big business, which we have just finished, was included in this book because it's a perfect illustration of a method by which desire can be transmitted into physical equivalent.
With that, let me take some break and walk around my leg.
me read this question. The statement that 4 likes. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Whoever that liked this stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 4 likes. Imagine some readers will question the statement that a mere intangible desire can be converted into its physical equivalent. Doubtless, some will say you cannot convert nothing into something. The answer is in this story of United States. You cannot convert nothing into you cannot convert nothing. You can convert nothing into something, yes, because what like your faith is nothing. Is like it has not yet happened, but you know it's already formula. Like when you have faith, you know that it's not yet happened, like it has not yet happened, but like meaning that you already fed your some subconscious mind that yeah, this thing is going to happen. I'm going to have it. Like you are visualizing it, you are telling it, you are affirmation it, like continuous repetition will make nothing into something. What? The answer is in the story of United States Steel. That giant organization was created in the mind of one man. The plan by which the organization was provided with the steel mills that gave it steel mills that gave it financial stability was created in the mind of the same people. His faith, his desire, his imagination, his persistence were the real ingredients that went into United States Steel. That steel mills and mechanical equipment acquired by the corporation after it had been brought into legal existence were incidental, but careful analysis will disclose the fact that the appraised value of the properties acquired by the corporation increased in value by an estimated $600 million. Jesus. By the main transaction, which consolidated them under one management. In other words, Charles M. Schwab idea plus the faith with which he conveyed into the minds of J.P. Morgan's and others was marketed for a profit of approximately $600 million. Not an insignificant sum for a single idea. What happened to some of the men who took their share of the millions of dollars of profit made by this transaction is a matter with which we are now concerned. The important feature of the outstanding achievement is that it serves as unquestionable evidence of the soundness of the philosophy described in this book, because this philosophy was the warp and the woof of the entire transaction. Moreover, the practicability of the philosophy has been established by the fact that the United States Steel Corporation prospered and became one of the richest and most powerful corporations in America, employing thousands of people, developing new uses for steel and opening new markets, thus providing the $600 million in profit in which the Schwab idea produced was earned. Riches begin in the form of thought. You see, is that same thing? The mind. Riches begin in the form of thought. The amount is limited only by the person in whose mind in the thought is put into motion. Okay, you see, you are thinking, and you also put like you actionize, like you work towards that your thoughts, bringing that dream into reality. That's what makes it reality, and that's what like, I don't know if you understand me. You have to think it first. You have to, because if you don't think it, how will it come? Begin in the form of thought. The amount is limited only by the person in whose mind the thought is put in motion. Faith removes limitations. Yeah. Remember this when you are ready to bargain with life or whatever it is that you ask for your price for having passed this way. Remember also that the man who created the United States Steel Corporation was practically unknown at that time. He was merely Andrew Carnegie's Man Friday, until he gave birth to his famous idea. You see, after that, he quickly rose to a position of power, fame, and riches. For sure, man. Okay, another subsequent chapter. There are no limitations to the mind except those we acknowledge. Both poverty and riches are offsprings of thought. Everything comes from the mind, from the subconscious self, from the subconscious mind, from what we feed it, then what we think, and that's what we get its equivalent in our physical realm. Chapter 4, autosuggestion, the medium for influencing the subconscious mind. Okay. The third step towards riches. Autosuggestion is a term which applies to all suggestion and all self-administered stimuli which one's mind through the five senses. Stated in another way, autosuggestion is self-suggestion. It is the agency of communication between the part of the mind where conscious thought takes place, you see, where conscious thought takes place, and that which serves as the seat of an action for the subconscious mind. You see, it is where where the conscious thought takes place, where thoughts are being manufactured, and it's going to be determined, like what is going to produce, what is going to auto-suggest is going to be based on the positive or negative. You see, okay, you see, they wrote it here, which serves as the seat of action for the subconscious mind through the dominating thoughts. You see, through the dominating thought, which one permits to remain in the conscious mind, whether the thoughts be negative or positive, is immaterial. The principle of autosuggestion voluntarily reaches the subconscious mind and influences it with these thoughts. You see, no thought, whether it be negative or positive, can either be subconscious mind without the aid of the principle of autosuggestion. You see, it can never. Autosuggestion is that thing that used to decide for you. That thing you think you are deciding for yourself. That's autosuggestion. That's why you. Okay. With the exceptions of thought picked up from the ether. Stated differently, all sense impressions which are perceived through the five senses are stopped by the conscious thinking mind, and maybe either passed on to the subconscious mind or rejected at will. The conscious faculty serves therefore as an outer guard to the approach of the subconscious. Nature has so built man that he has absolute control over the material which reaches his subconscious mind through his five senses, although it is not meant to be constructed as a statement that always means exercise this control. Yeah. In the great majority of instances, he does not exercise it, which explains why so many go through the life in poverty. Recall what he has been said in subconscious mind, resembling a fertile garden spot in which weeds will grow in abundance if the seeds more desirably crops are not sown therein. Autosuggestion is the agency of control through which an individual may voluntarily feed his subconscious mind on thoughts of a creative nature, or by neglect permit thoughts of a destructive nature to find their way into its rich garden of the mind. Because our mind is a very beautiful place. It's now when we have the negative and bad one, then you let the negative be of high position. That means you are dead. To write, you are well instructed in the last of these 6 steps described in the chapter on desire, to read aloud twice daily and written statement of your desire for money and to see and feel. To see and feel. To see and feel yourself already in possession of the money. By following these instructions, you communicate the object of your desire directly to your subconscious mind in a spirit of absolute faith. Through the repetition of his procedure, you voluntarily create thought habits which are favorable to your effort to transmit desires into monetary equivalent. Go back to the 6 steps described in chapter 2 and read them again very carefully before you proceed further. Then, when you come to it, read very carefully the 4 instructions of the organizations of your mastermind group described in the chapter on organized planning. By comparing the 2 sets of instructions with which has been stated on the auto suggestion, of course, will see that the instructions involve the application of the principle of auto suggestion. Remember, therefore, when reading aloud the statements of your desire through which you are endeavoring to develop a money consciousness, that the mere reading of this word is no consciousness unless you mix emotion. You see, emotion and feeling. Emotion, you see, love, sex, and faith. These 3 are like when you mix these 3 like this, when you mix these 3, I've said it before, when you mix these 3, you have either positive or negative actions of feelings, negative actions of feelings. I don't know if you understand me. So you see, when you are reading it, and it's when you are reading those words of affirmations, no conscience, is of no consequence unless you mix, it's of no use unless you mix them with what? Emotion or feelings. You see, you can feel something and there's another thing adding your feelings to it. You feel something and adding your feelings. You see, you can say something and add your feelings. You see, that's another difference. You can say something, affirm something and add your feelings. So if you affirm and I don't know if this book is so deep. Let's go. So it's of no consequence if unless you mix emotion or feeling with your words. If you repeat 1,000,000 times the famous Emile Cool formula day by day in every way, I'm getting better and better, without mixing emotion and faith with your words, you will experience no desirable results. You see, your emotion, your subconscious mind recognize and acts upon only thoughts which have been well mixed with emotions and feeling. That's faith. When you affirm with faith. That's when it works. This is a fact of such importance as to warrant repetition in practically every chapter, because the lack of understanding of this is the main reason the majority of people who try to apply the principle of auto-suggestion get no desirable results. Plain, unemotional words do not influence the subconscious mind. You will get no appreciable you will get no appreciable results until you learn to reach your subconscious mind with thought or spoken words which will have been emotionalized with belief. That's faith. You cannot reach your subconscious mind if you only say, I've get it. You must add your feelings, emotions to it. It's not by no, it's not by there's something that your emotions deep inside you. Do not become discouraged if you cannot control and direct your emotions the first time you try to do so. Okay, it will never be easy. All right, so remember, there is no such possibility as something for nothing. Ability to reach and influence your subconscious mind has its price, and you must pay that price. You cannot cheat even if you desire to do so. The price of ability to influence your subconscious mind is everlasting persistence in applying the principle you described here. You cannot develop the desired ability for a lower price. You and you alone must decide whether or not the reward for which you are striving, the money consciousness, is worth the price you must pay for it. Wisdom and cleverness alone will not attract retained money, except in a few very rare instances where the law of average favors the attraction of money through these sources. The method of attracting money depend upon law of averages. Moreover, the method plays no favorite. It will work for one person as effectively as will for another. Where failure is experienced, it is individual, not the method which has failed. If you try and fail, make another effort and still another until you succeed. Okay, you fall, you fail, you stand up, you fall, you fail, you stand up. The more you fail, the more you stand up. Okay, your ability to use This principle of auto-suggestion will depend very largely upon your capability, upon your capacity to concentrate upon a given desire until that desire becomes a burning obsession. So when you begin to carry out the instructions in connections with the 6 steps described in the second chapter, it will be necessary for you to make use of principles of concentration. Let us here offer suggestion for the effective use of concentration. When you begin to carry out the first of the 6 steps, which instruct you to fix in your own mind and the exact amount of money you desire, right? Hold your thoughts on that amount of money by concentration or fixations of attention with your eyes closed until you can actually see the physical appearance of the money. Do this at least once each day, and you go through these exercises. Follow the instructions given in the chapter on faith, and see yourself actually in possession of the money. My throat, man. Here's the most significant fact the subconscious mind takes any orders given it in a spirit of absolute faith and acts upon those orders, although the orders often have to be presented over and over again through repetitions. Okay, through repetitions. Before they are interpreted by the subconscious mind. Following the preceding statements, consider the possibility of playing a perfectly legitimate trick on your subconscious mind by making it believe because you believe it. Okay, then that you must have the amount of the money you are visualizing. That is the money that is already awaiting you, your claim. That the subconscious mind must hand over to your practical plans. For acquiring the money which is yours. You are reading a book and it's enjoyable. Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh, Polo, stay with me. Polo. Favelas. Polo. Stay with me. Hand over the thoughts suggested in the preceding paragraph to your imagination and see what your imagination can or will do to create practical plans for the accumulation of the money through transmutation of your desire. Do not wait for a definite plan through which you intend to exchange services or merchandise in return for the money you are visualizing, but begin at once you see yourself in possession of that money, demanding and expect. Okay, so this is like it is saying that don't wait. Like, let's say you are waiting, like you made a definite plan, but don't wait don't make a definite plan. Like, let's say, like, don't wait for the definite plan because waiting to exchange a merchandise or a service in return of the money you are visualizing. Don't wait for it. Like, don't make the definite plan on it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like, you have to be visualizing not based on you already have something, then you want to visualize what. No, demanding and expecting meanwhile that your subconscious mind will hand over the plan or the plans you need. Be on the alert for these plans, and when they appear, put them into action immediately. When these plans appear, they will probably flash into your mind through the sixth sense in the form of an inspiration. The inspiration may be considered a direct telegram or a message from the infinite intelligence. Treat it with respect and act upon it as soon as you receive it. Failure to do this will be the fatal to your success. Will be fatal to your success. In the fourth of these 6 steps, you were instructed to create a definite plan for carrying out your desire and begin at once to put this plan into action. You should follow this instruction in the manner described in the preceding paragraph. Do not trust your reason when creating your plan for accumulating money through the transmutation of desire. Your reason is faulty. Moreover, your reason faculty may be lazy, and if you depend entirely upon it to serve you, it may disappoint you. So don't. This part is a little bit confusing. It's like, don't wait for your reason. Okay, your reason for. Okay, don't wait for the reason to put it in action. Wait. When visualizing the money, you intend to accumulate with eyes closed. See yourself rendering the service or delivering the merchandise you intend to give in return of the money. This is important. The fact that you are reading this book is an indication that you earnestly seek knowledge. Okay, summary of instructions. It is also an indication that you are a student of this subject. If you are only a student, there is a chance that you may learn much that you did not know, but you will learn only by assuming an attitude of humility. If you choose to follow some of these instructions but neglect or refuse to follow others, you will fail. To get satisfactory results, you must follow all instructions in a spirit of faith. You see, everything goes back to faith. Everything goes back to faith. You have to have faith first of all. Have faith, believe. You see yourself in there, visualizing it before it can happen. The instructions given in connection with these 6 steps in 2nd chapter will now be summarized and blended with the principle covered by the chapter as follows. First, go into some quiet spots. You see, preferably in bed at night where you will not be disturbed or interrupted. Close your eyes and repeat aloud so you may hear your own words. The written statement of the amount of money you intend to accumulate, the time limit for its accumulation, and a description of the service or merchandise you intend to give in return of the money. As you carry out these instructions, see yourself already in possession of the money. So you go into your bed in the night, you stay where nobody is going to disturb you. You close your eyes, you repeat those words that we read in, I think it was in chapter 2. You read it like the amount you want, be definite. The amount you want, the money is going to come, like everything, and see yourself already having it. Okay. For example, suppose that you intend to accumulate $50,000 by the 1st of January, 5 years hence, that you intend to give personal service in return for the money. In the capacity of a salesman, your written statement of your purpose should be similar to the knowledge. By the first day of January 19, I will have in my possession 50,000, which will come in to me in various amounts from time to time during the intern. Okay. See, in return of this money, I will give the most efficient service of which I am capable, rendering the fullest possible quantity and the best possible quality of service. In the capacity of a salesman, describe the service or merchandise you intend to send. You see, I believe that I will have this money in my possession. My faith is so strong that I can see the money before my eyes. I can touch it with my hands. This is now awaiting transfer to me at the time, and in the proportion that I deliver the service, I intend to render in return for it. I am awaiting a plan which to accumulate this money, and I will follow that plan when it is received. Second, repeat this program night and morning until you see in your imagination the money you intend to accumulate. Third, place a written copy of your statement where you can see it night and morning and read it just before retiring and upon arising until it's become memorized. Okay, remember, as you carry out this instruction, that you are only applying the principle of auto-suggestion for the purpose of giving orders to your subconscious mind. So when you are seeing it, that is what you are transferring into your subconscious mind. So you are telling it this is what to switch to, that this is the vibration where you are trying to go to. Like you are feeling it's seeing it. Okay, yeah, and wait, it's still coming to something, because you have, for all this thing to come, you have to do one thing, which is faith. Okay, so remember, as you carry out this instruction, that you are applying the principle of auto-suggestion for the purpose of giving orders to your subconscious mind. Remember always that your subconscious mind will act only upon your instructions, which are emotionalized. You see, emotion, which is faith, love, and and handed over to it with feeling. Faith is the strongest and the most productive of the emotions. You see, faith. Follow the instructions given in the chapter of faith. This instruction may at first seem abstract. Do not let this disturb you. Follow the instruction, no matter how abstract or impractical they may at first appear to be. They will come soon if you do as you have been instructed in spirit as well as in act. When a whole new universe of power will unfold to you. Skepticism in connection with all new ideas is a characteristic of human beings, but if you follow these instructions outlined, your skepticism will soon be replaced by belief, and this is in return will soon become crystallized into absolute faith. Then you will have arrived at the point where you may truly say, I am the master of my faith and I'm the captain of my soul. Many philosophers have made the statement that man is the master of his own earthly destiny, but most of them have failed to say why he is the master. The reason is that man may be the master of his own earthly status, and especially his financial status, is thoroughly explained in this chapter. Man may become the master of himself and of his environment because he has the power to influence his own subconscious mind, and through it gain the cooperation of infinite intelligence. Okay, you are now reading this chapter, which represents the keystone of the arc of the philosophy. The instruction contained in this chapter must be understood with and applied with persistence. If you succeed in transmitting desire into money, the actual performance of transmitting desire into money involves the use of auto-suggestion as an agency by which one may reach and influence the subconscious mind. The other principles are simply tools which to apply to auto-suggestion. Keep this thought in mind, and you will always you keep this thought in mind, and you will at all times be conscious of the important part of the principle of auto-suggestion is to play in your effort to accumulate money through the methods described in this book. Carry out these instructions as though you were a small child. Inject your efforts into something of faith of a child. The author has been most careful to see that no impractical instructions were included because of his sincere desire to be helpful. After you have read this entire book, come back to this chapter and follow in spirit and in action this instruction. Okay, let's read it. Read the entire chapter aloud once every night, until you become thoroughly convinced that the principle of auto-suggestion is sound, that will accomplish for you all that has been claimed for it. Okay, as you read, underscore with a pencil every sentence which impress you favorably. Okay, if you are reading, you underline it. You underline it. Follow the foregoing instruction to the letter and let it open the way for complete understanding and mystery and mastery of the principle of success. Okay, chapter 5, specialized knowledge, personal experience or observation, the fourth step towards riches. There are two types of knowledge. One is general, the other is specialized. General knowledge, no matter how great in quantity or variety it may be, is of but little use in the accumulation of money. The faculties of the great university possesses in the aggregate practically every form of general knowledge known to the civilization. Most of the professors have built little or no money. They specialize on teaching knowledge, but they do not specialize on organization or the use of knowledge. Knowledge will not attract money unless it is organized and intelligently directed through practical plans of action to the definite end of accumulation of money. You see, lack of understanding of this fact has been the source of confusion to millions of people who falsely believe that knowledge is power. It is nothing of the sort. Knowledge is only power, or is only potential power. It becomes powerful only when and if it is organized into definite plans of action, knowledge, and directed to a definite end. You see, knowledge is power, but only when it is organized organized into definite actions. Like you know about something, okay? Yeah, you know about something, yeah. So what do you know about that thing? What are you using it to do? So what you are using it to do, the actions you do with the knowledge is why it is called knowledge is power. It's why the knowledge is powerful. It's why the knowledge is powerful. And because you already know that thing that you are going to use the knowledge to do, that definite plan, that's what makes the knowledge powerful. This book. Who writes this book? You guys call that man for me. Call that. I need to dash him 1 billion. I have 1 billion here now. I want to dash the man. You guys should call him. Abi, is he dead? He should not die. Let him come. I want to appreciate him. This book, God. Okay, so let's go. This missing link in all system of education known to civilization today may be found in the failure of educational institutions. Educational institutions to teach their students how to organize and use knowledge after they acquire it. Okay, you see, after they acquire knowledge, how to use it. Many people make the mistake of assuming that because Henry Ford had but little schooling, he is not a man of education. Those who make this mistake do not know Henry Ford, or nor do they understand the real meaning of the word educate. That word is derived from the Latin word educo, means to educe, to draw out, to develop from, like to develop from within, to educe, to draw out, to develop from within. An educated man is not necessarily one who has an abundance of general specialized knowledge, you see. An educated man is not one who has developed the faculties of his mind. Okay, an educated man is one who has so developed the faculties of his mind that he may acquire anything he wants or its equivalent without violating the rights of others. Henry Ford comes well within the meaning of this definition. Yeah. Do you think Henry Ford violated the laws of others, the rights of others? Yeah, I think maybe. During the World War, a Chicago newspaper published in which, among other statements, Henry Ford was called an ignorant pacifist. Okay, Mr. Ford objected to the statement and brought suit against the paper for labeling him. When the suit was tried in court, the attorneys for the paper pleaded justification and placed Mr. Ford himself on the witness stand for the purpose of proving to the jury that he was ignorant. The attorney asked Mr. Ford a great variety of questions, all of them intend to prove by his own evidence that while he might possess considerably specialized knowledge pertaining to the manufacture of automobiles, he was in the main ignorant. Mr. Ford was piled up with such questions as follows: who was Benedict Arnold? And how many soldiers did the British send over to the America to put down the rebellions of 1776? In answer to the last question, Mr. Ford replied, I don't know the exact numbers of soldiers British sent over, but I have heard that it was a considerably, large amount and ever went back, Finally, Mr. Ford became tired of the lines of question. I mean, why won't you get tired? Like, why are you asking me all that question? Am I a historian? And in reply to a particular offensive question, he leaned over, pointing his finger at the lawyer who asked the question and said, if I should really want to answer that foolish question you have just asked, or any of the other questions you have been asking, let me remind you that I have a row of electric push button on my desk. And by pushing the right button, I can summon my aid man who can answer any question I desire to ask concerning the business to which I am devoting most of my efforts. Now, will you kindly tell me why I should clutter up my mind with general knowledge for the purpose of being able to answer questions? You see, when I have men around me who can supply any knowledge, oh my God. See how for those, everybody in that court will be disgraced. They'll be like, See, he have answered all the questions from beginning to end. This one, no more question to ask again. Cool. Why should I acquire general knowledge for the purpose of being able to answer questions? You see? Hmm. Hmm. There certainly was good logic to that reply. That answer floored the lawyer. You see, every person in the courtroom realized it was the answer, not of an ignorant man, you see, but of the person of education. Any man is educated who knows where to get knowledge when he needs it and how to organize that knowledge into definite plans of action through the assistance of his mastermind group. Henry Ford had at his command all specialized knowledge he needed to enable him to become one of the wealthiest men in America. It was not essential that he have this knowledge on his own mind. Surely no person has a sufficient inclination and intelligence to read a book of his nature can possibly miss the significance of this illustration. Before you can be sure of your ability to transmit desire into its monetary equivalent, you will require specialized knowledge of the service, merchandise, or profession which you intend to offer in return for the fortune. Perhaps you may need much more specialized knowledge than you have the ability or the inclination to acquire, and if this should be true, you may bridge your weakness through the aid of your mastermind group. Andrew Carnegie stated that he personally knew nothing about the technical end of the steel business. Moreover, he did not particularly care to know anything about it. The specialized knowledge which he required from the manufacture and the marketing of steel, he found available through the individual units of his mastermind group. What are you wearing today? Nah. Yeah, see them, bro. I changed, okay? I'm not wearing that shit again. Oh, what? That smelly thing? Oh my god. Today, no sweating. I'm not sweating, okay? Oh my god, bro. You may need more to specialize, okay? And the accumulation of great fortunes calls for power and is acquired through the highly organized and intelligently directed specialized knowledge. But that knowledge does not necessarily have to be in possession of the man who accumulates the fortune. The preceding paragraph should give hope and encouragement to the man with ambition to accumulate a fortune who has not possessed himself of the necessary education to supply such specialized knowledge as he may require. Men sometimes go through life suffering from inferiority complexes because they are not men of education. The man who can organize and direct a mastermind group of men who possesses knowledge useful in the accumulation of money is just a man of education as any man in the group. Remember this: if you are suffering from if you suffer from a feeling of inferiority because your schooling has been limited. Thomas A. Edison had only 3 months of schooling during his entire life. Wow, he did not lack education, neither did he die poor. Henry Ford had less than a 6th grade schooling, but he has managed to do pretty well by himself financially. Specialized knowledge is among the most plentiful and the cheapest forms of service which may be had. If you doubt this, consult the payroll of any university. It pays to know how to purchase knowledge. First of all, decide the sort of specialized knowledge you acquire and the purpose for which it is needed. To a large extent, your major purpose in life, the goal to which you are working, will help determine what knowledge you need. With this question settled, your next move requires that you have accurate information concerning dependable source of knowledge. The more important of these are: A, one's own experience and education. B, experience an education available through cooperation of others, that's Mastermind Alliance. C, colleges and university, D, public libraries through books and periodical in which may be found, all the knowledge of organized by civilization. Special DE, special training courses through night schools and home study schools in particular. As knowledge is acquired, it must be organized and put into some use for a definite purpose through practical plans. Knowledge has no value except that which can be gained from its application towards some worthy end. Okay. This is one reason why college degrees are not valued more highly. You see, they represent nothing but miscellaneous knowledge. If you contemplate taking traditional schooling, the first determinate purpose for you purpose. Oh, my neck. As knowledge is okay, it must be used. If you contemplate taking additional schooling, first determine the purpose for which you want the knowledge you are seeking. Then learn where this particular sort of knowledge can be obtained from reliable sources. Successful men in all callings never stop acquiring specialized knowledge related to their major purpose, business or profession. Okay, those who are not successful usually make the mistake of believing that knowledge acquiring period ends when one finishes school. The truth is that schooling does but little more than to put one in a way of learning how to acquire practical knowledge. With this changed world, which began at the end of the economic collapse, came also outstanding changes in the educational requirements. The order of the day is specialization. The truth was emphasized by Robert P. Moore, Secretary of Appointments of Columbia University. Specialists most sought after, particularly sought after by employing companies, are candidates who have specialized in some field: business school graduates with training in accounting and statistics, engineer of all varieties, journalists, architects, chemistry, and also outstanding leaders and activities, men of the senior class. The man who has been active on the campus, whose personality is such that he gets along with all kinds of people, and who has done an adequate job with his studies, has a most decided edge over the strictly academic student. Some of these, because of their all-around qualifications, have received several offers of positions. A few of them has many as 6. In departing from the concept that the straight A student was invariably the one to get the choice of better jobs, Mr. Moore said the most company look not only to academic record but to activities record and personality of the students. One of the largest industrial company leader in its field, in writing to Mr. Moore concerning prospective seniors at college, said, "We are interested primarily in finding men who can make exceptional progress in management work. For this reason, we can emphasize qualities of characters, intelligence, and personality far more than specific educational background." Proposing a system of apprenticing students in offices. Okay, apprenticeship proposed. Proposing a system of apprenticing students in office, stores, and industrial occupation during the summer vacation. During the normal vacation, Mr. Moore asserts that after the first 2 or 3 years of college, students should be asked to choose a definite future course and to call a halt if he has been merely pleasantly driven without purpose through an unspecialized academic curriculum. Yeah, I know about that one. Colleges and universities must face practical consideration that all professions and occupational demand specialists. He said, urging that educational institutes accept more responsibility for vocational guidance, one of the most reliable and practical source of knowledge available to those who need specializing schooling is the night school operated in most large cities. The correspondence school gives specialized training anywhere the US males go on all subjects that can be taught by the extension method. One advantage of home study training is the flexibility of the study program, which permits one to study during spare time. Another stupendous advantage of home study training, if the school is carefully chosen, is the fact that most courses offered by home study schools carry them generously privilege of consultation, which can be of priceless value to those needing specialized knowledge. No matter where you live, you can share the benefits. Okay, that's cool. Anything acquired without effort and without cost is just generally unappreciated, often discredited. Perhaps this is why we get so little from our marvelous opportunity in public school. The self-discipline. The self-discipline one received from a definite program of specialized study makes up to some extent for the wasted opportunity we when knowledge was available without cost. Correspondence schools are highly organized business institutions. Their tuition fees are so low they are forced. Oh, really? Wait, let me look up something here. I want to look up something. Uzar. Uzar. 46. Oh my god. Ah. Oh. Okay. Anything acquired without effort. Okay, we already did this place. Their tuition fees are so low that they are forced to insist upon prompt payment. Being asked to pay whether the student makes good grades or poor has the effect of causing one to follow through with the course when he would otherwise drop it. The correspondence schools have not stressed this point sufficiently. For the truth is that their collection departments constitute that the very finest sort of training on decisions, promptness, actions, and the habit of finishing that which one begins. I learned from this experience. More than 25 years ago, I enrolled for a home study course in advertising. After completing 8 or 10 lessons, I stopped studying. But the school did not stop sending me bills. And you are still paying. Why would you pay for school that you are not attending? Why would you pay for school that you are not attending? My boy, what's wrong with you? Why would you pay for school that you are not attending? Why would they send you bills? Are they damn thieves or what? Tell me. Oh, something just shifted in my pelvic bone. Something did cramp. Okay. Yeah. I stopped studying, but the school didn't stop sending me bill. Moreover, it insisted upon paying payment whether I kept up my studies or not. What? I decided that if I have to pay for the course which I had legally obligated myself to, I should complete the lessons and get my money's worth. Yeah, of course, man. Like, you're not going to school and they're sending you bills. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? I don't know for you. Okay. Yeah. You should get your money worth of it. Okay. I felt at that time the collection of the system. I should complete the lessons and get my money's worth. Okay. I felt at that time the collection of the system of the school was somewhat too well organized, and I learned later in life that it was a valuable part of my training for which no charge has been made. Oh, being forced to pay, I went ahead and completed the course. You see, I discovered that the efficient collection system of the school that had been worth much in the form of money earned because of the training in advertising, and I was so reluctantly taken. You see. Oh, come on, bro. We have in this country what is said to be the greatest public school system in the world. We have invested fabulous sums of fine buildings. We have provided convenient transportation for children living in the rural streets district so that they may attend the best schools. But there is one outstanding weakness into this marvelous system. It's free. One of the strange things about human beings is that they value the only thing which has price. You see, yes, that's true, because it has price, so I need to value it. It has price, so I need to value it. Yeah, of course, bro. Like, what do you mean? But at least free things also should be valued, because you got it free doesn't mean it does not have any value, or it's not valuable, or it's of no use or something. I don't know if you understand me. Yeah, free things deserves value. It's valuable, and those things that has price were free before it was fixed, before they have a fixed price, or it can also be free. And like, I don't know if you understand me. So, or because okay, you're not giving something in return for it. Okay, I understand. This is the major reason why so many people find it necessary to acquire additional training after they had quit school and go to work. It is also one of the major reasons why employers give great consideration to employees who take home study courses. They have learned from experience that any person whose ambition to give up a part of his Jesus Christ. So I can even plait my hair. God. Oh. I complete my hair. Oh God, oh, I complete my hair.
Hey, don't go and call to.
They have learned from experience that any person who has made an ambition to give up a part of his spare time to study at home has in him the qualities, which makes for leadership. This recognition is not a charitable gesture. It sounds business judgment upon the part of the employers. This is one weakness in people for which there is no remedy. Yeah, it is the universal weakness of lack of ambition. Person, especially salaried people who schedule their spare time to provide for home study, seldom remain at the bottom very long. Their action opens the way for the upward climb, removes many obstacles from their path, and gains the friendly interest of those who have power to put in the way of opportunity. The the home study method of training is especially suited to the needs of employed people who find after leaving school that they must acquire additional specialized knowledge but cannot spare the time to go back to school. All right, the changed economic conditions prevailing since the depression have made it necessary for thousands of people to find oh, oh my God. I'm getting distracted now. Whereas we are Jesus, where is my hair filled in this thing? Damn. Ah, that look good if I get my hair braided. It's not going to look good on me. I swear to God. See my hairline. See, if you see all these people, thunder go fire all of una. I swear. I mean, they tell una, thunder go fire una. The changed economic conditions prevailing since the depressions have made it necessary for thousands of people to find additional or new source of income. For the majority of these, the solution to their problem may be found only by acquiring specialized knowledge. Many will be forced to change their occupations entirely. When a merchant finds that a certain line of merchandise is not selling, he usually supplants it with another that is in demand. Yeah, that's it. And the person whose business is that of marketing personal services must also be efficient merchant. If his service do not bring adequate returns in one occupation, he must change to another where broader opportunities are available. Stuart Austin Wire prepared himself as a construction engineer and followed this line of work until the depression limited his market. Depression limited his market. Okay, the depression limited his market to where it did not give him the income he required. He took inventory of himself, decided to change his profession to law, went back to school and took special course by which he prepared himself as a corporation lawyer. Right. Okay. Despite the fact that the depression had not ended, he completed his training, passed the bar examination, quickly built a lucrative law practice in Dallas, Texas. In fact, he's turning away clients, bro. That's fucked up. That's good. That's good. Just to keep the record straight and to anticipate the alibis of those who will say, I couldn't go to school because I have a family to support, I'm too old. I will add information that Mr. Wire was past 40 and married when he went back to school. Moreover, by carefully selecting highly specialized courses in legis, best prepared to teach the subject, choosing Mr. Wire completed in 2 years, the work of which the majority of law students require 4 years. It pays to know how to purchase knowledge. How to purchase knowledge, purchase knowledge, purchase knowledge, purchase knowledge, purchase. The person who stops studying merely, the person who stop, the person who stop, the person who's the person who stops studying merely because he has finished school is forever hopeless, doomed to mediocrity. No matter what may be his calling, the way of the success is the way of continuous pursuit of knowledge. If you don't know how to pursue knowledge, purchase knowledge, you are doomed. You are doomed. No matter your calling, you are doomed. I'm telling you, you are doomed. Let us consider a specific instance during the depression of a salesman in a grocery store found himself without a position. Having had some bookkeeping experience, he took a special course in accounting, familiarizing himself with all latest bookkeeping and office equipment, and went into business for himself, starting with the grocer for whom he had formerly worked. He made contracts with more than 100 small merchants to keep their books at a very nominal monthly fee. His idea was so practical that he soon found it necessary to keep up a portable office in a light delivery truck, which he equipped with modern bookkeeping machinery. He now has a fleet of these bookkeeping offices on wheels and employs a large staff of assistants, thus providing small merchants with accounting service equal to the best money can buy, at every nominal cost. Especially specialized knowledge plus imagination were the ingredients that went into the unique and successful business. Last year, the owner of that business paid an income tax of almost 10 times as much as was paid by the merchants for whom he worked when the depression forced upon him a temporary adversity which proved to be a blessing in disguise. Okay, the beginning of this successful business was an idea. In as much as I had the privilege of supplying the unemployed salesman what that idea, I now assume that the further privilege of suggesting another idea has within the possibilities of greater income and also the possibility of rendering useful service to thousands of people who badly needs that service. Wow. So that brought
Why is this light blocking my eyes? Mm-mm. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Chapter. Okay. No. If you okay, if you have imagination, this chapter may present you with an idea sufficient to serve as the beginning of the riches you desire. Remember, the idea is the main thing. Specialized knowledge may be found just around the corner. Around the corner, any corner. Which type of English is that? Chapter 6, imagination, the workshop of the mind. The fifth step towards riches. The imagination is literally the workshop wherein all fashioned, all plans created by man, the impulse, the desire is given shape, form, and action through the aid of the imaginative faculty of mind. It has been said that man can create anything which he can imagine. Yeah, for sure. You can create anything you imagine. Yeah, that's also what we studied in other chapters. From believing, from faith, you can create what you imagine. Okay, and this one too is imagine. It has been said that man can create anything which he can imagine. Of all the ages of civilization, this is the most favorable for the development of the imagination because it's an age of rapid change. On every hand, one may contact stimuli which develop the imagination through the aid of imaginative faculty. Man has discovered and harnessed the more of nature's forces during the past 50 years than during the entire history of human race. Previous to that time, he has conquered the air so completely that the birds are poor match. The birds are a poor match for him in flying. He has harnessed the ether and made it serve as a means of instantaneous communication with any part of the world. He has analyzed and weighed the sum at a distance of millions of miles and has determined through the aid of imagination the elements of which it consists. There are two forms of imaginations. The imagination faculty functions in two forms. One is known as synthetic imagination and the other is creative imagination. Oh, okay. Synthetic imagination. Through this faculty, one may arrange old concepts, ideas, or plan into a combination. This faculty creates nothing. This faculty of imagination creates nothing. When you arrange some old concepts, ideas, or plans into a new combinations, this type of faculty imagination did not produce anything. It is the faculty used most by, with the exception of the who drops upon the creative imagination. Okay, when he cannot solve his problem through synthetic imagination, creative imagination. Okay, through the faculty of creative imagination, the finite mind of a man has direct the finite of a man has direct the finite of a man has where is it? The finite of a man has direct communication with the infinite
intelligence. It is the faculty through which hunches and inspirations are received. It is by this faculty that all basic or new ideas are handed over to man. It is through this faculty that thought vibrations from the minds of others are received. It is through this faculty that one individual may tune in or communicate with the subconscious minds of other men. Okay. So when you mean by communicating with subconscious mind of other men, that means, okay, let's say you are working with people, like you are working with people that already had ideas. So their idea is being produced by, I don't know if like when the idea has been brought to reality. So you are working with their subconscious mind. Okay. It is through this faculty that thought vibrations from. Okay, I've read this place. The creative imagination works automatically in the manner described in the subsequent pages. The faculty functions only when the subconscious mind is vibrating at an exceedingly rapid rate. As for example, when conscious mind is stimulated through the emotion of a wrong desire, the creative faculty becomes more alert, more receptive to vibrations from the source mentioned in proportion to its development through the USA. This statement is significant. Ponder over it before passing on. Keep in mind, you follow this principle, the entire story of how one may convert desire into money cannot be told in one statement. The story will be complete only when one has mastered, assimilated, and begun to make sure all of the principles the great leaders of business industry, finance, and great artists, musicians, poets, and writers became great because they developed the faculty of creative imaginations. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Where is this thing? Can do it. You can do you. Okay, how to make how to make practical use of imagination. Ideas are the beginning of points of all fortunes. Ideas are product of imagination. Let us Ideas are the beginning of all fortunes. Ideas are product of imagination. Let us examine a few well-known ideas which have yielded huge fortunes, with the hope that this illustration will convey definite information concerning the method by which imagination may be used in accumulating riches. The enchanted kettle. Okay, 50 years ago, an old country doctor drove to town, hitched his horse, quietly slipped into a drugstore by the back door, and began dickering with the young drug clerk. Dickering? Oh. Dickering? Oh. Dickering. Oh. His mission was destined to yield great wealth to many people. It was destined to bring to the South the most far-flung benefits since the Civil War. Okay. Yeah. So what's the next? What would I do if I had $1 million? This story proves the truth of that old saying, where there is a will, there is a way. Okay. It was told to me that beloved educator and clergyman, that late Frank W., who began his preaching career in stockyard regions of South Chicago, while the Dr. Gonsalves was going through college, he observed many defects in our educational system, defects which has believed he could correct if we are in the head of a college. His deepest desire was to come institution in which young men and women would be taught to learn by doing. He made up his mind to organize a new college in which he could carry out his ideas without being handicapped by orthodox methods of education. Orthodox, I think orthodox are for church. What is orthodox doing in education? He needed $1 million to put the project across. Where was he to lay his hands on so large a sum of money? What type of English? Where was he to lay his hands on so large? Where was he to where can he see that type of money? Where was he to see to his lay a sum of hand on a sum of money? That was the question that absorbed most of the ambitious young preacher's thought, but he couldn't seem to make any progress. Every night he took that thought to him with bed. He got up with it in the morning. He took it with him everywhere he went. He turned it over and over and over and over in his mind until it became a consuming obsession with him. $1 million is a lot of money. Oh, give me $10,000. Go to. But he couldn't make any progress. Every night he took that thought to him with, okay, we already did this one now. Being a philosopher as well as a preacher, Dr. Gonsalves recognized as do-all who succeeded in life that definiteness of purpose is the starting point of which one must begin. Definiteness is the definite of purpose takes on animation. Is the definiteness of purpose is the starting point of which one must begin. He recognized too that definiteness of purpose takes on animation of life, the power when backed by a burning desire to translate that purpose into a material equivalent. Equivalent. Okay. Purpose into his material. He knew all these great truths, yet he did not know where or how to lay his hands on $1 million. Yeah, the natural procedure would have been to give up and quit. Yeah, of course, to give up and quit. Yeah, let's go on to the next. Chapter 7, Organized Planning, the crystallization of desire into action. The sixth step towards riches. You have learned that everything man creates or acquires begins in the form of desire. That desire is taken on the first lap of his journey from the abstract to the concrete into the workshop of the imagination, where the plans for its transition are created and organized. Okay. In chapter 2, you were instructed to take a 6 definite practical step as your first move in translating the desire for money into its monetary equivalent. One of these steps in the formation of a definite practitioner plan or plans through which this information may be made, you will now be instructed how to build plans which will be practical. All yourself ally yourself with a group of as many people as you may need for a creation and carrying out of your plan or plans of accumulation of money making using the mastermind principle described in the later chapter. Compliance with this instruction is do not neglect it. B. Hey, before forming your mastermind alliance, decide what advantages and benefits you may the offer the individual members of your group in return for their cooperation. No one will work indefinitely without some form of compensation. No intelligent person will either request or expect another to work without adequate compensation. Although this may not always be in form of money. Yeah, it's true. It's not always going to be in form of money. Sometimes it can be shares of something, money, it just depends, maybe, maybe. Nah, I never done that shit before. I'm telling you, nobody should say, hey, shit. Arrange to meet with members of your family of your mastermind group at least twice a week and more often if possible until you have jointly perfected the necessary plans or plans for the accumulation of money. Maintain perfect harmony between yourself and every member of your mastermind group. If you fail to carry out this instruction to the letter, you may expect to meet with failure. The mastermind principle cannot obtain where perfect harmony does not prevail. Oh my gosh, where is this shit? Oh, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. my God. This fan just off too. Hey, God, no, my sleep. What will I do now? Keep in mind these facts, okay? Mm, mm. Ah, ah. Keep in mind this fact. First, you are engaged in an undertaking of major importance to you. To be sure of success, you must first have plans which are faultless. You must first have plans which are faultless. First, you are engaged in undertaking of major importance to you. To be sure, okay. Second, you must have the advantage of the experience, education, native ability, and imagination of other minds. This is in harmony with methods followed by every person who has accumulated a great fortune. No individual has sufficient experience, education, native ability, and knowledge to ensure the, the accumulation of a great fortune without the cooperation of other people. Every plan you adopt in your endeavor to accumulate wealth should be in joint creation of yourself and every other member of your mastermind group. You may originate your own plans either in a whole or in part, but see those plans are checked and approved by members of your mastermind alliance. In the first plan which you adopt does not work, if the first plans you adopt does not work successfully, replace it with a new plan. If the new plan fails to work, replace it with another, turn and so on until you find a plan which does work. Yeah, of course, that's what you do. That's what you do. Why do my own? Why? Ooh, damn. It's crazy. Oh, hey, just cool down, okay? Cool. I'm not doing anything crazy. Just cool down. I just touched you. Then why are you coming up? Oh shit. Oh, fuck, damn. Ah. No. Hey. Oh, see, you see how I'm sweating now? Hey, just calm down. I touched you. I only touched. I didn't. Please. No, just go down. Go down. Okay, go down. Go down. Go down. Yeah, of course, man. My baby, baby boo, baby boo, baby boo. How to outwit the sixth ghost of fear, clearing the brain for action. Baby boo, baby boo, baby boo, baby boo. I'm here, baby boo, love. I got you, but you won't got me. Oh, what's all this now? A quitter, no follower of this philosophy can reasonably expect to accumulate a fortune without experiencing temporary defeat. When defeat comes, accept it as a signal that your plans are not sound. Review those plans and set sail once more towards your converted goal. If you give up before your goal has been reached, you are a quitter. Eh? Eh? Oluwa. Oluwa. Quitter. A quitter never wins and a winner never quits. Okay, lift this sentence out. Write it out on a piece of paper. A piece of paper in letters an inch high, and place it where you will see it every night before you go to sleep and every morning before you go to work. When you begin to select members of your mastermind group, endeavor select those who do not take defeat seriously. Some people foolishly believe that only money can make money. That's not true. Desire transmitted into its monetary equivalent through the principle laid down here is the agency through which money is made. Money of itself is nothing but innate matter. It cannot move, think, or talk, but it can hear when a man who desires it calls it to come. Wow. Planning the sales of service. The remainder of this chapter has been given to a description of ways and means of marketing personal services. The information covered will be of practical help to any person having any form of personal service to market, but it will be of priceless benefit to those who inspire to leadership in their choosing occupation. Intelligent planning is essential for success in any undertaking designed to accumulate riches. Here will be found detailed instruction to those who must begin the accumulations of riches by selling personal services. It should be encouraging to know that practically all the great fortunes began in the form of compensation for personal services. The major attributes of leadership. This is another subsequent chapter. The following are importance factors of leadership: unwavering coverage based upon knowledge of self and one's occupation. No follower wish to be dominated by a leader who lacks self-confidence and courage. No intelligent follower will be dominated by such a leader very long. Self-control. The man who cannot control himself can never control others. Self-control serves a mighty examples of one's follower, which the more intelligent will emulate. A keen sense of justice. Without a sense of fairness and justice, no leader can command and retain respect of his followers. Never. Definiteness of decision. The man who wavers in his decision shows that he is not sure of himself. He cannot lead others successfully. Definiteness of plans. The successful leader must plan his work and work his plan. A leader who moves by guesswork without practical definite plans is comparable to a ship without a rudder. Sooner or later, he will land on the rocks. A pleasing personality, no slovenly, careless person can become a successful leader. Leadership calls for respect. Followers will not respect a leader who does not grade high on all the factors of a pleasing personality. Sympathy and understanding. The successful leader must be in sympathy with his follower. Moreover, he must understand that and problems. Mastery of details. Successful leadership calls for mastery of details of the leader's position. Number 10, willingness to assume full responsibility. The successful leader must be willing to assume responsibility for the mistakes and performing shortcomings of his followers. If he tries to shift this responsibility, he will not remain the leader. If one of his followers make a mistake and shows himself incompetent, the leader must consider that it is he who failed. Okay, number 10. Number 11, cooperation. The successful leader must understand and apply the principle of cooperative effort and be able to induce his followers into the same. Okay, Leadership calls for power and power calls for cooperation. There are two forms of leadership. The first, by the far most effective, is leadership by consent of and with the sympathy of the followers. The second is leadership by force, which the consent and the sympathy of followers. I don't need to read all. It's not needed. It means that the people will not follow force leadership indefinitely. Yala yaka keti ketuki kisimila pibo ketaporu maladi tin sukopoito denti sin ti taison si kaipo peligan to raising is I don't see it's in Dyson. It's in things a guy to guys. Sing to cargo pine ching to see so shine to Gusikalun tun sing sai su shi shun pi sai sun sai su billing on shun sai shun shi applying for position. The brief of qualifications of Robert Case applying for position. Which one is this? Is this a book? A blank company. How to get the exact position. Hey, this is not. Why are you guys putting letter inside this book? What's all this? They are fatal to success. Fatal to success. Oh. Napoleon. Hey, lack of control sexual. Sex energy is the most powerful of all the stimuli which people move into action because it is most powerful of the emotions. It must be controlled through transmission and converted into other channels. Wow. Hey. God. God. God do. God do. God do. God do. The 30 major causes of failure. How many of these are you holding back? Life's greatest tragedy consists of men and women who earnestly try and fail. The tragedies lies in the overwhelming large majority of people who fail as compared to the few who succeeded. I have had the privilege of analyzing several thousands of men and women, 98% of whom are classified as classed as failures. There is something radically wrong with civilization and a system of education which permits 98% of the people to go through life as failures, but did not write this book for the purpose of moralizing on the right and wrong of the world. The world that would require a book 100 times size of these ones. My analyst work proved that there are 30 major reasons of failure and 30 major principles of which people accumulate fortunes. Okay. Number one, unfavorable hereditary background. Oh, unfavorable hereditary background. Okay. This is but little, if anything, which can be done for people who are born with the deficiency in brain power. This is the philosophy offer. This philosophy offers but one method of bridging the weakness through the aid of the mastermind. Observe with profit, however, only one of the 30 causes of failure which may not be easily corrected by an individual. Number two, lack of a well-disciplined purpose in life. There is no hope of success for the person who does not have a central purpose or a definite goal at which to aim. 98 of every 100 of those whom I have analyzed had no such aim. Perhaps this was the number three, which means the lack of ambition to aim above mediocrity. We offer no hope for the person who is so indifferent as not to get ahead in life and who is not willing to pay the price. Insufficient education. Number four, insufficient education. This is a handicap which may be overcome with comparative ease. Experience has proven that the best educated people are often those who are known as self-made or self-educated. It takes more than a college degree to make one person of education. Any person who is educated is one who has learned to get whatever he wants life without violating the right of others. Education consists not so much of knowledge, but knowledge, effectiveness, and persistently applied. Men are paid not merely for what they know, but more particularly for what they do with which they know. Number five, lack of discipline comes through self-control. This means that one must control all negative qualities before you can control conditions. You must first control yourself. Self-mastery is the hardest job you will ever tackle. If you do not conquer self, you will be conquered by self. You may see at one and same time both your best friend and your greatest enemy by the stepping in front of a mirror. Number six, ill health. No person may enjoy outstanding success without good health. Many of these causes of ill health are subjects of mastery and control, and the main are overeating of food, not conducive to health, wrong habits of thoughts, giving expression to negatives, wrong use and over in sex. So too much of sex is bad. Is that what you're trying to mean? Like too much of sex is bad. How is it bad? Explain to me now, how is it bad? Lack of proper physical exercise. I used to exercise myself. I used to exercise myself. Ah, ah, I used to exercise myself. So I'm strong, by the way. 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 Yeah. Number E, okay, no, under it we have an inadequate supply of fresh air. Due to improper breathing. Okay. Number seven, we have unfavorable and environmental influences during childhood. As the twig is bent, so shall the tree grow. Most people who have criminal tendencies acquire them as the result of bad influence, bad environment, and improper associates during childhood. Yeah, that's true. Number nine, procrastination. This is one of the most common cause of failure. Hey, old man procrastination stand within the shadow of every human being, waiting his opportunity to spoil one chance of success. Most of us go through life as failure because we are waiting for the time to be right to start doing something worthwhile. Do not wait. The time will never be just right. Start where you stand and work with whatever tools you have at your command, and better tools will be found as you go along. That's correct. I swear. Lack of persistence. Most of us are good starters but poor finishers of everything we begin. Moreover, people are prone to give up at first signs of defeat. There is no substitute for persistence. The person who makes persistence his watchword discover that the old man failure finally becomes tired and makes his departure failure and makes his departure and makes his departure. Failure cannot cope with persistence. Negative personality. There's no hope for success for the person who repels people through a negative personality. Success comes through the application of power, and power is attained through the cooperative efforts of other people. A negative personality will not induce cooperation. Lack of controlled sexual urge. Sex energy is the most powerful stimuli, which move people into action because it is the most powerful of the emotions. It must be controlled through the transmutation and converted into other channels. Uncontrolled, number 12, uncontrolled desire for something something for nothing. The gambling instinct drives millions of people to failure. Evidence of this may be found in a study of the Wall Street crash of 29, during which millions of people tried to make money by gambling on stock margins. 13, lack of defined power of decision. Men who succeed reach decisions promptly and change them, if at all, very slowly. Men who fail reach decisions, if at all, very slowly and change them frequently and quickly. Indecisions and procrastination are twin brothers. Where one is found, the others may usually be found also. Kill off this pair before they completely hog tie you to the treadmill of failure. Hey, Jesus. Number 14, on one or more of these 6 basic fears. These fears have been analyzed for you in later chapter. They must be mastered before you can market your services. Wrong selection of mate. Okay, number 15, wrong selection of mate in marriage. This is most common cause of failure. The relationship of marriage brings people intimately into contact. Unless this relationship is harmonious, failure is likely to follow. Moreover, it will be a form of failure that is marked by misery and unhappiness, destroying all signs of ambition. Overcaution. The person who takes no chances generally has to take whatever is left when others are through choosing. Overcaution is as bad as undercaution. Both are extreme to be guarded against. Okay, so you stay in between overcaution and undercaution. Okay. Life itself is filled with elements of chance. Yeah, that's true. Wrong selection of associates in business. This is one of the most common causes of failure in business. In marketing, personal services, one should use great care to select an employer who will be an inspiration and who is himself intelligent and successful. We will emulate those with whom we associate more closely. Pick up an employer who is worth emulating. Superstition and prejudice. Superstition is a form of fear. It's also a sign of ignorance. Men who succeed keep open minds and afraid of nothing. Wrong selection of a vocation. No man can succeed in a line of endeavor which he does not like. The most essential step in marketing of personal service is that of selecting an occupation into which you can throw yourself wholeheartedly into. Yeah, for sure, that's it. Lack of concentration of effort. The jack of all trades seldom is good at any. Concentrate all your efforts on one definite chief aim. The habit of indiscriminate spending. The spendthrift cannot succeed mainly because he stands eternally in fear of poverty and habit of systematic saving by putting aside a definite percentage of your income. Money in the bank gives you a very safe foundation of courage, which bargaining for the sale of personal services. Without money, one must take what one is offered and be glad to get it. Oh shit. Number 22, lack of enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm. Without enthusiasm, one cannot be convincing. Moreover, enthusiasm is contagious, and the person who has it under control is generally welcome in any group of people. Number 3, intolerance. The person with a closed mind on any subject seldom gets ahead. Intolerance means that one has stopped acquiring knowledge. The most damaging forms of tolerance are connected with religious, racial, and political difference of opinion. 24, intemperance. The most damaging forms of intemperance are connected with drink and sexual activities. Overindulgence in any of these is fatal success. Okay, it's fatal to success. 26. Okay, 25. Inability to cooperate with others. Most people lost their positions and their big opportunities in life because of this fault. That for all other reasons combined, it's a fault which no well-informed businessman or leader will tolerate. Number 26, possession of power that was not acquired through self-effort. Sons and daughters of wealthy men who inherit money which they did not earn. Power in the hands of one who did not acquire it gradually is fatal to success. Quick riches are more dangerous than poverty. Intentional dishonesty. There is no substitute for honesty. One may be temporarily dishonest by fault or circumstances over which one has tolerance, which one has control without permanent damage, but there is no hope for the person who is dishonest. By choice, sooner or later, he needs his deeds will catch up. Ah. His deeds will catch up with him, and he will pay by loss of reputation and perhaps even loss of liberty. Number 28, egotism and vanity. These qualities serve as red lights which warn others to keep away. They are fatal to success. Okay. 28. 29. Guessing instead of thinking. Most people are too indifferent or lazy to acquire facts with which to think accurately. They prefer to act on opinions created by guesswork or snap judgment. 30. Lack of capital. This is a common cause of failure among those who start out in businesses for the first time. Without sufficient reserve of capital to absorb the shock of their mistake and to carry them over until they have established a reputation. Number 31. Under this name any particular cause of failure from which you have suffered that has not been included in the foregoing list. In this 30 cause, failure is found a description of strategy of life which obtains for practically every person who tries and fails. It will be helpful if you can induce something who knows you well to go over this list with you and help analyze you by 30 cause of failure. As others see them, you may be one who cannot. The oldest of admissions is man, know thyself. If you market merchandise successfully, you must know the merchandise. The aim is true in marketing personal services. You should all know of your weakness in order that you may either bridge them or eliminate them entirely. You should know your strength in order that you call attention to it when selling your services. You know yourself only through accurate analysis. Wow. Wow. What's happening to my laptop? Telepathy. Okay, where do we stop? If where do we stop now? If we're not so fat, if my talents were known, if I just break a break. Oh shit. Where do we stop now? The 57 famous alibis. Before, people who do not succeed have one distinguished trait in common. They know all the reasons for failure, and you have what they believe to be airtight alibis to explain away their own lack of achievement. Some of these alibis are clever, and few are of them, and a few of them are justifiable by fact. But alibis cannot be used for money. The world wants to know only one thing: have you achieved success? The world wants to know only one thing: have you achieved success? A character analyst compiled a list of common A character analyst compiled a list of commonly used alibis. As you read the list, examine yourself carefully and determine how many of these alibis, if any, are your own property. Remember too, the philosophy presented in these books makes one of these alibis obsolete. 5 viewers! 5! Oh my God! 5 viewers! Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Oh my God! 5 viewers! 5! Oh my God! Oh my God! I know they are limiting my viewership on mobile because I've not reached 1,000 subs. God. 5. Oh my God. Okay, remember too, the philosophy presented in this book makes every one of these alibis obsolete. Okay, let's see them. If I didn't have a wife and family, if I had enough pull, if I had enough money, if I have money, if I had a good education, if I could get a job, if I had good health, if I only had time, if times were better, if other people understood me, if conditions around me were only different, if I could live my life over again, how can you do that? Answer me, how can you live your life over again? How can you live your life? You thief, you thief. If I didn't fear what they would say, if I had been given a chance, if I had known I had a chance, if other people didn't have it in for me, if nothing happens to stop me. Okay, we're in chapter 15 now. Chapter 15, 232. If I had the talent that some people have, if I dared assert myself, if I only had embraced past opportunity, if people didn't get on my nerves, if I didn't have to keep house and look after children, if I could save some money, if the boss only appreciated me, if I only had someone to help me, if my family understood me, if I lived in a big city, if I live in a big city, if I could just get started, if I were only free, if I had the personality of some people, if I were not so fat, if my talents were known, if I could just get a break, if I could only get out of debt, if I hadn't failed, if only I knew how, if I only knew how, if everybody didn't oppose me, if I didn't have so many worries, if I could marry the right person, if people weren't so dumb, if my family were not so extravagant, if I were sure of myself, if luck were not against me, if I had not been born under the wrong star, if not true that who is to be will be, if not true that who is to be will be. Okay, if I didn't have to work so hard, if I hadn't lost my money, if in a different neighborhood, if I lived in a different neighborhood, if I didn't have a past, why wouldn't you have a past? Are you not a human being? What do you mean by you don't have a past? If I didn't, if I only had a business of my own, okay, if other people would only listen to me, if, and this is the greatest of all of them, I had to encourage to myself as I really am, I will find out what is wrong with me and correct it. Then I might have a chance to profit by my mistake and learn something from the experience of others, for I know that there's something wrong with me. I would now be where I would have been if I had spent more time analyzing my weakness. Less time building ability to building abilities, which to explain where failure is national pastime. The habit is as old as human race, and it is fatal to success. Why do people cling to their pet alibis? The answer is obvious. They defend their alibis because they create them. A man alibi is is the child of his own imagination. It is human nature to defend one's own brainchild. Building alibi is deeply rooted alibi. Alibi. Habits are different to break, especially when they provide justification for something we do. Plato had his truth in mind when he said, the first and best victory is to conquer self. To be conquered by self is, of all things, the most shameful and vile. Another person is the same thought in mind when he said, it was a great surprise to me when I discovered that most of the ugliness I saw in others was but a reflection of my own nature. Hey, who wrote this book? It has always been a mystery to me, said Albert Hoban, why people spend so much time deliberately fooling themselves by creating alibis to cover their weakness. If used differently, this same time would be sufficient to cure the weak, and no alibis would be needed. In parting, I would remind you that life is a checkerboard, and the player opposite you is time. If you hesitate to move before moving or neglect to move promptly, your men will be wiped off the board by time. You are playing against a partner who will not tolerate indecision. Jesus. Previously, you may have had a logical excuse for not having forced life to come through with whatever you asked, but the alibi is now obsolete because you are in possession of the master key, but unlocks the door to life. Bountifulness, richness, the master key is intangible, but it is powerful. It is privilege of creating in your own mind a burning desire for a definite form of riches. There is no penalty for the use of key, but there is a price you must pay if you do not use it. Okay, if you don't use key, there's a price you must pay. The price is failure. You see, there is a reward of stupendous proportion if you put the key to use. It is the satisfaction that comes to all who conquer self and force life to pay whatever it asks. The reward is worthy of your efforts. Will you make the start and be convinced? If we are all related, said the immortal Emerson, we shall meet. In closing, may I borrow this thought and say, if we are related, we have through this page met. I love you so much. Napoleon, what's this name? So in this book, this is what I learned in this book. This is what I learned. That life, first of all, life is like we are on a checkerboard. This last word, it hit me very hard. Like we are on a checkerboard, and the opponent or the person that we are playing against is time. We are playing against time. And if you do not move promptly, like you know what it means by moving promptly. Yeah, if you don't move calculatively, if you do not move calculatively, you will get wiped off. Your plans, your ambition, your vision, everything you have imagined to achieve, you'll be wiped off it. So that means you are playing games with time, which never tolerates indecision. It doesn't care if you say, if you do not do this, if you do this, it is going, it's moving, we are moving, time is moving, everybody is moving. So nobody is waiting for each other. So, and also try to have a team and create an actionable plan with your team. Visualize what you guys want. Visualize it. Keep seeing it as if you're already possessing it. And learn also to say good things, good affirmations to yourself, to your subconscious mind. Learn how to trick your subconscious mind to get what you want. Learn how to trick it. You say good things, good affirmations, but it's only going to work if you add this thing. And the only thing you should add is what? Faith. Faith. Once you add faith with what? Emotions and your feeling. You add feelings. Because if you do not add, it's not going to work. It is not going to work. It's not going to work. Okay? It will never work. It will not work. Hope you guys understand what I say. It will never work. Visualize your plan, just try and be saying good things to yourself. It matters a lot. Your body, it matters a lot. Your subconscious mind absorbs anything faster than you think. And stop waiting for the right time too. Start with whatever you have. Start with whatever you have on that spot, and as you go along the line, you can start bringing other things with you. Start with whatever you have. Start on, if Henry had wait and say, wait, let me have the right tool, let me have the right engineers and others before he finalized his plan, bro, everything would have been gone. Everything, like, he wouldn't have been on this level he is now. Like, Ford won't even be existing. So please play your games. Know what you say to yourself. Always think, when you fall and make mistake, make sure you rise back, and make sure you seek someone greater than you to give you advice or something. Seek someone greater than you. That's what, because you see those people that Ford told them to go and do, and to go and find how they will create it. They went, they failed, they come back and tell him. He told them to go back. You see, because if you fail and just go, this one, let's forget that they are working for you. You can fall and be like, oh, no, this goes and go for mentorship, go for someone to guide you, and you go back. And that it might be your moment for that. It might be your absolute game changer. Okay. So lastly, as we are done, there is someone out there that has been thinking about you all day, but they will not tell you.